shake it out. Bright lights, good vibes, let's make a move. It's free, live it up, just me and you. Say yes, take a chance, just one more night. You know it's feeling right. Don't wanna shake it out. Shake it out.
Good morning, everyone. If you could all take your seats, we're about to get started. I'm so pleased to see so many of you on a Sunday morning. Daylight savings time, you made it. Round of applause for that, please. Let's get people in their seats. Just gonna wait a few minutes until we get started. I hope you're enjoying the breakfast and all of the great products that are out there, and that you're having a good start to your Sunday. If everyone could please come in and find your seat, that would be awesome. People will keep trickling in as breakfast continues, but because I like to get things started on time, we're just going to go ahead. So hello again, my name is Nierenberg. I am president and co-founder with Bernard Pollock of Food Tank. We are a research and advocacy organization devoted to telling stories of hope and success in food and agriculture systems across the globe. And that's why I'm so excited to be here today. You know, we tell those stories in order to inspire, motivate, and most importantly, activate positive transformation in how we produce and consume food. And so this is a really important conversation on all things food, and really, again, excited for you all to be here. Please find your seats as quickly as possible. Feel free to bring your food and your beverages in, but again, so excited to have you. And I have to say that Food Tank is incredibly honored to be back at Huston-Tillotson University. This is our second year as an official South by Southwest event here. Huston-Tillotson is an incredible partner, collaborator, co-conspirator, partner in crime. They're just really amazing to work with. And I want to thank Dr. Karen Magid for all of her support to pull together what is going to be an amazing and very packed agenda today. So let's give Dr. Magid a round of applause, please. She's really wonderful. I also want to thank our co-host, Driscoll, for really helping make today possible. I hope you all have had a chance to enjoy the delicious breakfast spread available. That's thanks to Vital Farms. They do an incredible work. They are a mission-led company working to ensure animal welfare and the health of the environment. We're also thankful to Sweta Pure, Driscoll's again, Nature's Path, Organic, Chobani, and Stonyfield for making this morning so delicious. So I hope you're all nourished and feel ready for, again, a really, really packed day. I also want to thank Copia for partnering with us today to recover and donate any excess food, but I hope this crowd does not leave any excess food. Please eat. I'm half Jewish. You have to eat all day in my family, so please keep eating. As I said, today is going to be phenomenal. We have more than 50 speakers, including farmers, chefs, policymakers, film producers, nonprofit advocates, and business leaders. And we have food and agriculture journalists serving as moderators because they know how to do this better than anyone. In addition, we have 3 screenings of documentaries, an original play, and a reception with more tasty food and fun and drinks. So you can't leave. I'm gonna barricade the doors. You can't leave. There's too much to learn. There's too much fun to have. And again, all that food and all those beverages, so you have to stay. To help us ensure that we end on time, because we will no matter what, that's my policy, our conversations will be very, very dynamic and short. And if your panel gets cut short or you want to ask more questions, there will be opportunities, when you take a bio break, feel free to do that whenever, suits you. Feel free to go get some fresh air and vitamin D. But we will have a lot of these change makers that you're seeing speak today at the reception, so you'll have lots of chances to talk to them. So there is free drink and food throughout the morning. So again, feel free to leave. We just ask that you take your bags with you, so when other people come in, they have a place to sit. And the room will fill up throughout the day. Before I introduce our first panel of the day, I hope that you'll share your favorite moments from today's conversations. I hope you'll ask questions, that you'll criticize, that you'll question what's happening. So please use the hashtag #FoodTank on all social media platforms, and we will share your questions and your comments and try to respond to them throughout the day. And we will also be sharing replays of today's conversations on Food Tank's YouTube channel. So now I'm very, very pleased to welcome our first panel, and it's entitled "We've Had the Answers All Along," and that's a little bit of a controversial title. I know that our panelists will unpack it during the conversation, and I'm hoping that the panelists can talk about the value of indigenous and traditional practices, but also if there is, and this is a question, if there's an opportunity to combine them with other innovations and technologies. So joining us for this conversation, we have A-dae Romero Briones of the First Nations Development Institute. We also have Racelis, an assistant professor at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. We have Jehiel, who is the CEO and founder of Hello Tractor. And our moderator is Sweta Chakraborty, the CEO of WeDontHaveTime here in North America. So I'd love to invite them to the stage. Sweta, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Danny. Thank you, and let's give it up for Danny and Food Tank. This is incredible. Look at all of you showing up bright and early on Sunday, daylight savings and all. Super impressed. Well done, everybody. Fellow panelists, please join me on stage. And if any of you are tired, you definitely won't be by the end of this panel and by the end of today, and with all of this food and drink too to support you and all of your needs as we really get into some critical discussions around the future of food and how we are going to create and usher in a future that is equitable, that is truly equitable access to nutritious foods for all, and with some great challenges as well, which includes, of course, the planet warming, which includes an increasing population. And there's so many great people and groups that are working in this space, but do we need to reinvent the wheel? That's what this panel is going to be getting into and discussing. If we actually are not giving the credit to those who have ancestral knowledge and have especially deep insights from their particular regions within the United States and around the world, do we really need to reinvent the wheel? Can't we actually just pull from what communities already know works and see how we could potentially scale those solutions and accelerate overcoming this climate crisis? So I can't imagine a better panel to discuss all of this with me than, and Danny already did the introductions, so I'll keep it really brief. We have A-dae, we have Alex, we have Jehiel, and I'm gonna kick it off first with A-dae. Let's get into this. Let's get into this topic. Have we had the answers all along? How can traditional knowledge and practices from indigenous communities really become more integrated into modern and future agroecological farming? Please, take it away.
Kwetsi se hopa, hin waka nime asat wayats kutitime osuta. I'm Coach T in Kiowa, so let's start there. Second, are there other indigenous people in the room? If you are out there, please raise your hand. Okay, well, as the indigenous person in the room right now, I want to welcome you and thank you for being here on a Sunday morning so early. I really appreciate my fellow panelists. I all appreciate your time, and thank you for grounding yourselves in this discussion with us this morning. So let's jump into it. One of the reasons indigenous knowledge and indigenous people are such the center of attention right now is because we find ourselves in a crisis. We find ourselves in a world that needs a different worldview, that needs a different grounding, that needs to look at things rather than extractive. So when we have this conversation, it's not about indigenous practices, it's about indigenous people. You can't have the practices without the people. And so whenever we're talking about indigenous knowledge, we're often put in the conversation as like the reverse engineers. We are not reverse engineers for capitalism. We are not reverse engineers for environmental damage. We are communities, we are people, we hold a different worldview, and that framework is what is important to this conversation, not necessarily just the practice, not necessarily just the processes, not necessarily our seeds, not necessarily, it's the people in the community, in the worldview, and the frameworks that change the way we have this conversation.
Fantastic, thank you, yes. And we have leaders from historically disenfranchised communities here on this stage, and we're fortunate for that, but obviously, as you just pointed out, there needs to be more representation so we can really have that big picture and perspective on some of these grand challenges that we face. And to do that also, we need to partner outside of just the private sector. We really need to build relationships with the public sector and academic institutions. So Alex, as Associate Professor of Agroecology at the University of Texas, you're really forging those types of relationships. You're doing that primary research that can really be picked up and implemented. So talk to us a little bit more about the role that academic institutions can play.
Well, good morning. A-dae mentioned something just extremely powerful. I think the first thing is to recognize that academic institutions, unfortunately, are part of the issue. Where we have become a little bit more divorced from people, thinking about research questions, thinking about how we teach our students. There's been a increasing focus on outputs and not really focusing on outcomes. So how can we harness the largesse of these institutions and all that funding that goes into those institutions to really answer the questions that people are asking, farmers are asking, ranchers are asking. One way to do that is to reconnect with certain communities and reconnect with certain constituencies who really need help, right? And so, farmers, small farmers in particular, minority communities in particular, where there has been an underinvestment in research, there's been an underinvestment in education, and a greater focus on people, as A-dae mentioned, is one step that I think academic institutions needs to take if they want to really help some of these communities.
I love that. As a social scientist myself, I'm always making that case, right? We need anthropologists, we need sociologists, we need behavioral scientists, because that human element gets lost in some of these solutions.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a social scientist, but I do know that as someone who works as an agronomist, I realize that it's not just about plants or soils, it's not just about insects or bugs and pests, it's about the outcomes of those practices. And unfortunately, a lot of our farmers are locked into farming systems that maximize production and yield, and they're forced to ignore some of the social and environmental impacts of that farming practice. And I think universities play an important role of decoupling that and trying to discover other alternative ways or traditional ways that focus more on a holistic view of agriculture and ranching.
And I love that collaboration is there, right? Hard science, soft science. And that's needed, because if we're going to solve these massive, global, complex, interconnected challenges, we need all hands on deck. And Jehiel, let's turn to you on that, because you're really focusing in on sub-Saharan Africa. Based out of the US, you see that this is actually, ground zero for a lot of the challenges that we're facing. Mm-hmm. And what are you seeing as some of these, some practices, agroecological practices, that smallholder farmers we can learn from smallholder farmers that are going to be scalable in Africa and beyond?
Yeah, well, a lot of the farmers that we work with, unfortunately, can't afford to invest in some of the more destructive practices that we've seen in North American agriculture and large agriculture more broadly. At Hello Tractor, we work with 630,000 smallholder farmers growing on roughly about 1.7 million acres, and we help to get them tractor services so they can plant on time and cultivate the land they have access to. Now, traditionally across Africa, that has been the disc plow. And as we all know, we got some agronomists here. That's terrible for the soil fertility and long-term soil health and the financial health of these farmers in the future. And so what we've been doing is putting incentives in place to promote things like no-till agriculture, more regenerative forms of ag. And because we're introducing mechanization for the first time in many of our farmers' fields, 55% of our customers receive tractors in their field for the first time in their lives through Hello Tractor. So there's an opportunity to leapfrog some of the more destructive practices in the U.S. and in global commercial agriculture because that muscle memory really isn't in place in our markets. And then touching on the point that you brought up around the social sciences, I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, right? I can't show up at a smallholder farmer's field in the middle of Nigeria or Kenya or any of the markets we work in and discuss regenerative agriculture, right? But what we've been able to do is leverage the social capital that already exists in these communities by working through community-based agents so they can be the change agents to communicate these improved production practices and influence the farmers to change those behaviors for their own benefit, both financially and environmentally.
I love that. That's behavioral science 101. It's actually identifying trusted spokespeople to be able to share information that is relevant to particular communities and ultimately close whatever distrust gaps might exist. And so that's smart. It's obvious, right? When we're talking about it, it seems so obvious, but it's sad how little it's been implemented. And I think nobody knows this better than A-dae, and how little indigenous elders, community members have been integrated into these higher level policy conversations, higher level innovation, reaching commercial viability conversations. Talk to us a little bit about the integration that has happened of indigenous knowledge into solutions and how much further we still have to go.
Absolutely. Well, this is a tough question because, again, we're talking about worldviews. When we live in a society that's capitalistic and everything, including people, has value and can be put on the market, knowledge can be put on the market. And when there's the absence of sacredness, when there's an absence of something that can't be put on the market, it's really, really hard to protect. And so indigenous communities find themselves in this very separated system in that we can't put forth knowledge without it being capitalized, without it being captured for some kind of benefit, not to us. And in order to include indigenous knowledge in solutions, include indigenous knowledge in the conversation, more and more people need to recognize that not everything is for sale. And as long as we've had the slavery conversation, as long as we've had this land conversation, there's still so much work we have to do as a society to get to that point, to recognize not everything is for sale. Once I think that happens, that wave happens, when the majority of us recognize there's a sacredness to how we eat, to the food and the land that we come from, I think we'll see more and more indigenous people in the conversation. Until then, there's going to be a reluctance to share much.
Yeah, and we're, yes, please. Thank you for sharing that. The name of my company is We Don't Have Time. And so we don't have time to wait. We should have solved this crisis before it even came to fruition. And here we are now backpedaling, really trying to catch up to what we've known for decades and what indigenous groups have known for centuries was going to happen if we didn't respect the planet and the one home that we have, that we collectively share. So we don't have time. We have to move quickly. We have to bring diverse voices to the decision-making table so that we can accelerate these solutions and really see a planet that is truly equitable, which is exciting, bringing a vision of a future that is better than anything we've ever actually created in the past. So that is hopefully what will come out of this. Alex, talk to us a little bit about your research. How is your work looking to improve agricultural sustainability? How is it looking to advance rural communities? How do we need to make sure that everybody is uplifted as we actually envision this new, more equitable, more breathable future?
Again, this comes back to what A-dae mentioned. How do we include people in the conversation? And so there needs to be more examples of participatory research where farmers or where communities are invited into the conversation about what are the questions being asked, right? So that it starts there. That's what the research enterprise does, is we ask questions, and hopefully we discover answers or solutions to some of the issues that we look at. But often the questions, increasingly, in the last 150 years, the questions are really not farmer focused, and they become questions that, corporations might be asking, or even individuals, just based out of curiosity. And I think, like in our program, we try to include farmers in the way that we ask the questions, the way that we write proposals for funding, and we bring them into the actual experiment design, and we even ask them to help interpret the results. And often we agree when we take all of our scientific data, we take all our exact measurements, and we ask farmers, well, what do you think? And they're like, well, this is how I would rank these things. And almost always they're spot on, right? And I think having them more involved in the research enterprise, and not just as a participant, but a contributor, and also that we include them in a budget, for example, right? So a lot of the farmers we work with, they receive a compensation for their time and effort, and we don't have any of these large experimental field stations, so we have to conduct a lot of our research on farm, at farm scales, with kind of that include rural realities, that include issues around weather and rainfall, and sometimes we have to adapt quickly, but that takes in the kind of reality of farming in those conditions.
Sure.
And I think by including these people in that conversation, well, that's at the heart of my program, but it's not too common in the academic enterprise, unfortunately.
Yeah. Wow. That is such a great, not experiment, because you're showing it's working. So it's one of those initiatives that really need to be scaled across universities throughout the United States, around the world. We're seeing that incorporating indigenous folks, incorporating farmers as collaborators, as contributors, is resulting in realizing that they had the answers all along. And there's something to be said for that. So there's real benefit to this, and it's also bringing the communities and having them become part of the solution and having them become beneficiaries of the solution. And that's critical for adoption and for policy support.
So the answer isn't necessarily in the research, right? The answer is in the collaboration and the conversations and that kind of that community-centered approach. And so sometimes the answer is, no, it doesn't work, but we learn it together. And I think that is the answer. Not the actual product of the research, but the process.
Sure. Fantastic. Thank you, Alex. Thank you for sharing that. And so, Jehiel, would you agree? And is engaging and involving with these small-scale farmers in Africa, are we able to ensure that the solutions will be adopted and will also benefit the farmers? How do we ensure that those that are, being introduced and being involved as part of the process will truly feel the fruits of the effort?
Yeah, well, number one, I think we're a private company, so our farmers vote with their wallets, and so if they don't like what we're selling, they won't buy it, and we won't be on stages and get delicious breakfast tacos. But I think at a more strategic level, at inception, as a company, we hired engineers and data scientists from the markets that we work within. And touching on this theme of tapping into indigenous knowledge, we got some great, technologists who come from the communities that we service, and they have an intimate understanding of the pain points of a smallholder farmer because their mom is a smallholder farmer. And so they're building a solution not for John Deere, who's our biggest investor, but for their mom. So they approach the problems very differently. And the irony is that value unlock is what John Deere invested in. And so if you take a step back, and this is a conversation that goes beyond the food system, understanding your value is so important. And it's something that we preach within Hello Tractor, because we got all these young people who are not the obvious choice when you think about software engineers and data scientists, and but they're the right choice, and they are out competing the tens of thousands of engineers that John Deere has on their payroll, because what they have of value is something that John Deere doesn't have, and that's a deep, intimate understanding of a massive market, and putting that insight to work is helping close the yield gap and creating food sovereignty within the markets that we operate in, and doing it with these regenerative efforts at the forefront, right? So that's a cool example of how we all have value to bring. It's not just, big corporations even need us for them to succeed and protect and grow shareholder value. And we can direct them towards the right answers.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I appreciate you talking about how it's all connected in that way. What are some of the challenges you're facing still to you, Jehiel? And then same question to the panelists as we use this perhaps as our closing remarks. What would you like to share with this audience and to the wider public in terms of how they can get engaged and they can help, especially overcoming some of the barriers that you're facing in seeing through your projects to success?
One of the biggest challenges in African agriculture is, agriculture represents about 40% of the continent's GDP, 60% of the labor force. Less than 2% of commercial bank lending goes in agriculture, so it's undercapitalized. We launched a tractor finance product because there was just never enough tractors to service the demand being originated by our agents in the communities. And so we started financing these agents to actually become tractor owners themselves. These are unbanked entrepreneurs. About a quarter of them are women who get to own their own equipment and service their smallholder farmers directly. And that was a huge kind of way to stimulate more equipment being sold in these markets. And we incentivize, again, going back to incentives, if you're booking farmers for regenerative ag, conservation, zero-till, you don't have to pay a down payment. And that's a hell of an incentive for somebody who don't have money for a down payment, right? So they can convince their farmer friends to do things the right way. But we need more. And it's not a problem that Hello Tractor can solve. We're a small company. And so we need a whole entire ecosystem. And I don't think we have to be combative, right? We work in a system, like the human body is a system. And everybody has a role to play in that system, right? You got academia here. We got activism is important. You got the private sector. You got small, little shitty tech companies like Hello Tractor. And we all coming together, try to solve these massive problems, right? And we should be thoughtful about where there's alignment and overlap of incentives. Let's focus there and push, because we don't have time. And so we need to get over ourselves and work together to solve these deeply entrenched problems.
Well, all the power to you and all the future success to scale your solution throughout Africa, throughout the world. Thank you, Jehiel. Alex.
From an academic point of view, from an academic perspective, I think the challenge is to reimagine the role of academic institutions in this system. We have structures within academia that are 170 years old or older, and we maintain them. One of those structures is this idea of the unbiased work, right? And it's a conversation we're having now in the United States about the role of values in institutions, and I think that conversation has pushed out this idea of justice-centered research or justice-centered education, because they're saying, well, no, we don't want to include any of that in the way that we do our work or that we do our research. But ultimately, it's about serving a broad constituency, and sometimes we have to understand that as a public institution, that we have an important role as an anchor in our communities. And that we have to include and value those values and worldviews that those communities, those students, those farmers that we serve, and we have to include that in the way that we do our work. that's a huge challenge because these academic institutions are big, powerful institutions, organizations, and they don't want to let go some of those systems. So that's the big challenge that we have.
Oh, I love that. As a recovering academic, that really resonates with me too, so I appreciate it. A-dae, we started with you. I would love for you to have the final word in this panel.
I think every single one of us has a role in how we shape our future. And part of that shaping comes from the practices and the relationships that we have with one another. Agriculture is only about 10,000 years old. Well, you know, there's probably people who can tell me exactly how old it is. Academic institutions are 170-year-olds. Human community, family systems, relationships are much older than all of those things. And that's how we're going to hold each other accountable. And those are the things that are going to shape our future. And we have to learn how to speak of them in value. We have to learn how to remember how valuable it is to be part of a community. And if you don't have one, find one and be accountable to it. That's how we're going to reshape our future.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's take that ancestral knowledge. Let's take academic knowledge. Let's collaborate with farmers. Let's make sure that we lift everybody up as we usher in this new future that we are going to collectively be contributing to. Thank you so much to my expert panelists for their perspectives and their contributions to this topic. Thank you all of you for being so engaged, and have a great rest of this event.
Thanks to Sweta and all of our panelists. That was so powerful. A few things that stood out for me are what A-dae said at the beginning, that, you know, Indigenous people are not reverse engineers, that they are more than their practices, they are more than their seeds. There's this need for relationships. And, you know, I also liked what Alex had to say about the need for participatory research. So thank you all for being such good listeners. It's my pleasure now to thank some great members of the food tank team who have made today possible and will be, you know, helping you all throughout the day, including Elena Seeley, our content director, Liza Green, Ian Smith, Kenzie Wade, our events coordinator, Tatum Hardy, and of course, Bernard Pollock, my co-founder and partner in crime in Food Tank. Please give them a huge round of applause. They don't get it enough. So I'm personally very excited. I mean, I'm excited for all of these panels, but this next one is really interesting because you will hear about the way businesses can ensure human, animal, and planetary sustainability by taking a deep dive into an area where we're seeing a lot of exciting changes, and that's the chicken and egg industry. The factory farming model that has been so persistent for the last 40, 50 years of raising chickens and eggs is finally changing because of the companies you're going to hear from today. So we have a great group of experts to explore this topic, and I get to introduce Andrea Chu, the Director of Impact and ESG at Vital Farms. We also have Sandra Vijn, the Managing Director of Kipster, and somebody I've learned a lot from, Matt Dillon, who is the Sustainability Advisor at Farmers Focus, and our moderator, who's been a great friend to Food Tank over the years, Mary Beth Albright, who is the correspondent and editor for the Washington Post and author of the new book, Eat and Flourish. Please welcome them to the stage. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
Food conference should be held in a chapel from now on, because it's like the spirituality that, you know, you walk into this place and it's, I feel so far from you guys. Yeah, I know, I would scoot over, but it's AV stuff. So good morning. We are here to talk about the poultry industry and the sustainability of it, and we have three amazing people here. We have Andrea from Vital Farms, and oh, you ate Vital Farms eggs this morning, so you've tasted the future, yes. And we have Sandra from Kipster Farms, And we have Matt from Farmers Focus. So welcome to all of you. So the focus of this is not just the poultry industry, but it's sustainability of the poultry industry. So let's get right into it. And Sandra, I want to start with you because Sandra, your background is so interesting, and the transportation of farming practices from the Netherlands to the United States, which, I mean, that's a big task, right? So let's start by talking about what your company is doing for the sustainability of the planet, for the environment, while you are raising poultry and eggs.
Yeah, sure. So we are indeed a Dutch company. We started in 2017, but recently opened in the United States, in Indiana. And our question really was, like, how can we feed the world with the least environmental impacts on the current amount of land that we have? Because if you look at the last 50 years, the meat consumption has quadrupled. 70% of all agricultural land is used for livestock. And the trend for more animal protein demand is increasing. So how are we going to deal with that? And then also the environmental impacts are there. And so we took a step back and said, okay, if we use the agricultural lands that we have and actually feed, grow crops to feed people, and then there's so much waste in the system, 1 out of every 3 calories is just wasted. Can we give that to livestock instead? And then also there's lots of people in the world who are still hungry and malnourished, and so why don't we use those lands to really grow food for them? And so then we realized, actually, this is a model that's been used for hundreds of years, maybe thousands of years, where pigs and dairy animals and layer hens have done this. They ate food scraps that we couldn't eat, and marginal lands were grazed by dairy animals like cows and goats and sheep. So we can go back to that system. And so that's what we try to do with Kipster. We give our hens upcycled feed, and we design the barn to maximize animal welfare and to really bring the environmental footprint down. And we believe that's a way that we can actually bypass any agricultural land. And of course, the less waste in the food system, the less animals we need, and that's okay because we are actually over-consuming, in this country at least, by a lot. And so that's how we set up our farm.
And don't you have, isn't in the Netherlands the largest density of livestock in the world?
Yeah, it's pretty dense.
Yeah.
We don't have a lot of land.
Right. But livestock. So Andrea, what do you think about that? How do you do it at Vital Farms? Did you hear anything that you think to yourself, well, either culturally or legally or whatever, it would be different for Vital Farms?
Yeah, I think, well, there are definitely a lot of similarities. At Vital Farms, we're really focused on managing and providing benefits for all of our stakeholders. So how can we balance the needs of our planet and the land with animal welfare while also providing livelihoods for our farmers? So at Vital Farms, we have more than 300 farmers in our network who raise hens on pasture rotation. So our hens can practice their natural behaviors of pecking and foraging, but also rotating across paddocks every day to help regenerate the lands. And so I think in the US, we do have a lot more land available than the Netherlands, but I think it's still really important that we help build that soil health and make farming a long-term resilient occupation. It's a really strong cultural element of our country, and helping to build and support those farming communities is really important to us.
And I think that point of resilience is really important. And Matt, I wanted to ask you about this too, because resilience is great. Sustainability means that maybe we won't have to be as resilient later on. I mean, that's sort of like the goal, right? So Matt, tell me how you see the resilience turning into something that is sustainable, that we can continue with in the poultry industry.
I think there's probably been very few industries that are less resilient than the poultry industry. The meat industry for birds, the broiler industry is highly concentrated, as it is with beef and pork. There are 4 companies that control 75% of our beef, 70% of our pork, 60+% of our poultry. They raise animals in such a way that they're highly concentrated, and farmers have almost no control over how they actually farm. So farmer focus was started with the idea that farmers needed to have agency and choice in how they farmed. They needed to have resiliency economically. We have a saying, it's hard to be green when you're in the red. You know, it's hard to really do sustainability practices if you're struggling to make it. And in poultry, farmer bankruptcies are some of the highest in the country because poultry farmers are competing against each other when they grow for one of the larger integrators. There's one pool of money, and they all compete for that same pool of money. And if you're not cutting corners, if you're not stocking your barns as dense as possible, you're not going to make it. You're not going to be able to outcompete your neighbor. We decided not to have a race to the bottom where you're outcompeting your neighbor at Farmer Focus. We decided to have total transparency in our supply chain economically with fair pay for our farmers so that farmers had the ability to own their own birds and make choices about how they farm. Stocking density of their barns, less. It means fewer animals die. It means they're more economically successful. Better animal welfare. So I think you have to see resiliency as not just about climate and have those climate blinders on, not just about the welfare of the animals, not just about the well-being of family farmers, but really see it in a multifaceted approach. And that's what true resiliency is it has that intersection of holistic thinking as opposed to solving for one issue. Profitability in our most dominant system is what they're solving for.
Yeah, because poultry has historically been one of the most extractive farming methods or farming businesses around in so many ways, both for the land, for the people who are involved, that kind of thing. Sandra, what did you think of what Matt just said about, in the United States, we do have a obsession with profitability, of course, but every place has to be profitable to be sustainable. So what did you think about what Matt said, and do you see a difference? Because it's my understanding that you just opened your first farm in the United States, in Indiana, which is a big place of industrial farming. So what do you think of what Matt said about sustainability, and how do you see that different between the Netherlands and the United States? I have to believe that it's incredibly different, but maybe I'm wrong.
I think the traditional way of farming, conventional way, I have to say, is still profit-driven also in the Netherlands. There's a little bit more awareness of higher animal welfare, environmental impacts, because a lot of the soya from the soy from farms in the Netherlands actually comes from South America and really contributes to the deforestation there. So there's some awareness. But yeah, I really like what Matt is saying about it's more than profitability. It's beyond. It's the environment, social, but also the community that you're part of. And it's really important to have that community work together to make it work and thrive economically, but also socially and culturally. We actually show that we can be profitable by having high animal welfare and low environmental footprint. And traditionally people say, no, you can't, that will cost us a lot of money if we try to increase animal welfare or lower our footprint, because somewhere we have to put more money in. But it can be done, and you are showing it. We are showing it. Vital Farms is showing it. So yeah, let's do it.
You're showing it too. I'm a little obsessed with your chicken cam. On your website, yeah. They just have like a chicken cam of what their chickens are doing, and I could watch that all day, honestly. But Vital Farms has a big part of that promotionally too, to show people what is happening. And I've got to believe that's a cost to you guys. I mean, it's not cost neutral to have a chicken cam, right? And it's not cost neutral for Vital Farms to have QR codes that it's like, I would like to see where my eggs were hatched or where my eggs were taken from. And so how do you do that, and how do you put that into the profitability metric?
Well, I'll take that first.
Yeah.
So yes, we have a campaign called Hen Behind the Lens. So when you get our cartons, you can put in the little QR code and actually see live camera how our hens are kind of running around our pastures. And our farmers want to show what they're doing. They believe in the mission and how they raise their hens, and they want to be a part of telling that story and building that direct relationship with the consumers. It's how they build trust, it's how we build trust, and made us the #1 pasture-raised brand in America. So for us, it's all about, as I said, going back to that stakeholder model. Our shareholders, yes, are one of our stakeholders. Our consumers as well. And we're constantly making those decisions and balancing those different stakeholders to understand how do we build the best, most resilient business that we can.
So Matt, do you think that these business models are sustainable? And do you think that they are scalable? And do you think it matters if they are or not?
I think they're absolutely have great potential for expanding at scalability and success. I think consumers want to know where their food's coming from, and not just in a superficial way. They want this transparency that they can actually see. They want to know the farmer. And I think the data shows that while consumers care very much about sustainability, they often rate it as like, 68% of consumers will say that sustainability is a driving force in purchasing. At the end of the day, they also care about quality. And I think that's the thing, is if you can have a quality egg, a quality chicken breast that consumers feel good about eating, they will pay a little bit more as well for it. I think especially the data is showing that while boomers and Gen X care quite a bit, it's really the millennials and Gen Z that are going to be the drivers of meaningful transformation in really what I see as the decentralization of the economies of animal agriculture.
Yeah.
Because what we're talking about here is companies that are looking to break the mold of this highly centralized system that is being propped up by government subsidies, by finance systems that are also not sustainable. And we're looking to decentralize and offer an alternative that works for all stakeholders, including the consumer and the farmer and future generations who want to live on the planet.
Yeah, I was just having a fascinating conversation before we did this panel with somebody in the audience about how in my lifetime, the trust has shifted and is continuing to shift from government institutions to brands. And I think you're seeing that, and especially when we're not 100% there, but I think that shift has happened in the past 30 years. And it continues. And I think part of it is millennials and Gen Z looking at brands and trusting brands. And so I know, Andrea, you just had and you can disagree with me on that. I don't know. This is like coffee talk, like discuss. But Andrea, you just had your impact report come out for Vital Farms. So I want to talk about that and how do you see your brand value and getting your brand value to more people so that you can scale and that you can have an even greater impact. How do you see that as part of your impact report?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for plugging our impact report.
Yeah, it's
It
great.
just
I mean, it's
launched this
online.
past Thursday, so go check it out on our website, vitalfarms.com. And I mean, I think just kind of reiterating what we've talked a lot about this panel is how do we go from the traditional, like purely transactional relationships that we have in our capitalist system, if you will, and actually build stronger relationships with our farmers, with our consumers, so that we are all building towards the same end goal, right? We're aligning incentives towards building a more resilient food system. And in our impact report, what we announced new this year is a set of short and medium-term goals. And I know that there are going to be a couple panels about green wishing later this afternoon. But what we really try and do differently is set really pragmatic and credible goals that we can actually achieve. We're setting a cap on our time horizon to 5 years, where it's going to be, we can hold our leaders and our operations and our team accountable to achieving these goals. It's not something out in 2050 for the next 5 CEOs down the line to deal with. You're seeing a lot, especially in oil and gas, reneging on their various commitments, and we want to set a different path forward where we're setting goals that, as I said, continue to build trust with all of our consumers and really align our whole supply chain in a direction towards positive impact. So for example, we have a goal around scaling more regenerative agriculture practices across all of our farms. We have a greenhouse gas intensity reduction target for our egg processing facility. And I think it's really easy to get caught up in kind of the sexy, flashy net zero goals, but all of us on this panel, we're trying to scale our sustainable business models. And with that growth and scale, we're not gonna we're not necessarily gonna, setting a net zero target would not be credible.
It's interesting because you were talking about the difference between a transactional relationship with a brand and a sustainable, solid relationship with a brand. Have any of you, and this is not like I'm not trying to push this, but have any of you ever worked in sort of mainstream, large-scale poultry? And do you see any, yeah, well, I mean, because.
Well, I've worked in large-scale ag. I come from a conventional farming family in Nebraska that was corn and beans and cattle, and I've worked in conventional agriculture before I got introduced to organic fairly early on. And I mean, conventional agriculture, I try not to see it as the enemy, because one, we're trying to bring conventional farmers over into farming in these more regenerative and organic ways, and demonizing a family farmer who's just trying to make it doesn't do anybody any good. I do have a challenge with some of the dominant players in the conventional sector, and that's from input to processing. I mean, 3 companies own 80% of the crop genetics in this country. 4 companies control 80% of the soy produced in this country, which birds feed. Like the almost monopoly control, near monopoly control. In eggs, 2 companies control 95% of the genetics of eggs. That's a duopoly. It's like 2 companies. Talk about a food security risk.
Wow.
Massive. And one of those 2 companies is owned by Tyson, one of the biggest poultry companies. And so the integration of concentration and power that controls our food system, what we eat, and how farmers farms, I have a serious challenge with that from a conventional mindset.
And I mean, I actually used to work at one of the big 4 companies that Matt talks about, and it really is, we have to find a different way. And I think that's what all 3 of our organizations that we're with is trying to prove, that it doesn't have to be this way, and that it is a sustainable, the current sort of big 4 concentration of meat in this company is exactly, it's a national security risk, as we've talked about, right? Yeah. And the more that we kind of can prove that there are profitable, scalable ways to do it outside of that system, the better I think it is.
I think it's very interesting tying that to national security, because I think that's 100% right, and I think that's something we don't talk enough about, is about the safety of the food system. Sandra, I don't want to fetishize, what does the Netherlands think? You know what I mean? You're the representative of everything that is not American, right? Because that's right. So tell me if I'm doing that. Absolutely tell me if I'm doing that. But when you hear those perspectives and you think about your origins of your farm in the Netherlands, not just because you're from the Netherlands, but because you've actually farmed there, what do you think?
Yeah, so we actually decided that we're not gonna look at consumers, we're just gonna design a company that we think is really environmentally friendly, animal welfare, and producing valuable animal protein for people. And we don't need to make a big profit, we have a long-term vision. We are marketing roosters. I can tell you, we're not making any money on those.
Tell us more about the roosters, tell us more about the roosters.
So every time we order new eggs for new hens with the breeding company, one of the 2, then 50% of those eggs are male, and those disappear on the day that they're born into a grinder. They go to pet food or zoos or landfill. We decided, because we actually call them into being, we raise them, and we see them as a source of animal protein for people. And so we let them live until 15 weeks instead of 6. But they're not as efficient, they don't gain as much weight as the broiler as quickly. And in the meantime, they eat and they use up space. But we do market them because we think it's a dual purpose. Animal layers, they provide eggs, then the meat we can use. Same with the roosters, they come with the eggs, so we market that as well for human consumption. And our belief is that we need to maximize the current food system, the resources that it brings forth, so we need less broilers from the industrialized system that we currently have now, and then we all need to eat a little less. So that was what the Dutch founders had in mind when they set up the farm. That is not that's not how other Dutch people necessarily do it. But in Germany, they're actually also stopping to kill the roosters. In other countries as well in Europe, they have to find a solution for the males.
That's interesting that practice is being exported, and that's really interesting. And it's interesting that you're exporting your ways of farming here, and it's all a cycle, and that's great. So let's talk a little bit about the people involved, not just the farmers who own the farms, but the people who are involved in the production of poultry and in egg farming. How do you, and Matt, let's start with you, because I know that you've done a lot of this work with Farmers Focus. How do you incorporate the importance of the human aspect into a scalable, sustainable business model?
Yeah, it's been tough in the last couple of years with labor challenges. I mean, I think everyone in the food processing sector struggles to get adequate labor. And unfortunately, we also have a broken immigration system in this country. There are 2.5 million migrant farm workers in the United States, millions of also migrant workers in food processing, and we have not offered them a dignified legal path to citizenship for the hard work they do in feeding this country. And that is a political failure, but it's also a political failure that's backed up by the food companies and the farming companies who continue to just want to extract value from that labor and don't care about the dignity of the actual workers. We alone as a company don't feel like we can solve all of that. We do the best that we can, and we want to make sure that our workers are safe. We had incredible, the highest success rate in the poultry sector as far as we know in terms of COVID spreading, whereas some of our bigger competitors had some very serious issues early on. But one company alone can't change that. This is where there's a time for competition and there's a time for collaboration. And when it comes to the dignity of workers, it's going to take the collaboration of businesses saying, enough, let's fix the immigration system. Let's actually bring dignity to workers in this country who feed us. So government affairs and advocacy is part of what,
Absolutely.
what we do.
Yeah, absolutely. And we only have a couple minutes left, so I do want to talk about the elephant in the room, the price, right? The price of eggs right now. Everybody's talking about it, the scarcity of eggs. People are actually getting backyard chickens to try to think that that's a cheaper way to do it, which that's not scalable. But so talk to me in the last few minutes that we have about the price point and about why people are willing to spend more on this product.
I guess I'll go first. We've been really fortunate, I think, it's been a really good test case for our resilient supply chains just the past few months. We haven't had any issues. Our supply hasn't been affected, and we continue to put out our high quality eggs at the same price. And I think a lot of our consumers, it's been a really good opportunity for new consumers to try our eggs, given that we are the ones on the shelf and not necessarily the kind of conventional eggs still there, because they've been dealing with a lot of shortages, and we've had a lot of happy consumers with our bright orange yolks that we're really proud of, and just the really high quality eggs that we produce. And we've been able to continue to bring those consumers into our brand fold. So it's been a really actually exciting time for us to bring in new consumers.
Interesting. Sandra?
Yeah, for us, we work with an existing farmer in Indiana, so we franchised the Kipster concept, and we started, the first eggs were on the shelves at Kroger in December, so this is a really awkward time to enter market. We don't know if people buy our eggs because they have no choice or that they actually like it, so I can give you an answer in like maybe 6 months from now.
Well, we could spend an entire day on this subject, but I want to thank all three of you. These are three people who are groundbreaking in an industry that I think just a couple of years ago we thought was unchangeable. So thank you so much for your work, and thank you so much for your attention.
Another round of applause for that panel, please. Thank you, Mary Beth Albright. I think one of the big takeaways for me is that all of these companies are really giving farmers back power, and I think that's central. It's power that they've always deserved. And I think, it reminds us all that we need to respect farmers especially, but we also need to respect animals and the land. So thank you again to that panel. I also want to hear from you all throughout the day, including our virtual audience. Thank you for joining us from wherever you are. Feel free to text me your feedback at 202-590-1037, or you can email me at Danielle@foodtank.com. And again, we'll be watching all of the social media very closely, and we'll try to answer your questions and comments in real time. For our next panel, we're going to stick with the topic of protein production, and as we turn to a conversation around the future of meat. Joining us, we have Shannon Constantino-Rusch, the Chief Strategy Officer of Finless Foods, Carrie McClyman, who is the Vice President of Communications at Nyman Ranch, and full disclosure, she sits, I think proudly, I hope, on the Food Tank board. We have Taryn Kim, who is a Senior Scientist and Cell Line Establishment Lead at Wild Type. Avani Koke, is the Vice President of Social and Environmental Responsibility for ButcherBox. Andrea Menendez, the co-founder and CEO of Next Gen Foods. And we have my good friend, our moderator, Chloe Sorvino, who leads coverage of food and agriculture at Forbes and is the author of the amazing new book that I really suggest you all read, Beg, Borrow, Steal It from whoever you can, called Raw Deal. Please welcome all of our panelists to the stage. But before I do that, I want to thank a few more of our in-kind partners, including Wicked Kitchen, Certified Origins, La Colombe, Goake Yerba Mate, and Cliff Bar. So a round of applause for them and our panelists.
Hello, South by Southwest. Danny, thank you so much for that awesome introduction. While we're getting everyone situated on this stage today, I'll start and give us a little tee up here. So my book talks about the imbalanced power dynamics of the traditional meat industry and how climate change is really going to make that worse. And the big underscoring point today is that we really don't have enough time to waste here. We don't have enough time or resources to waste on the wrong solutions. We also don't have enough time to start from scratch. And so the spirit of this panel today is about collaboration, how we get there, and really how we get to having the food system we need, which will be more healthy, more sustainable, more equitable, more diverse, and just really with more voices and folks at the table. On top of that, I think the other underscoring point that needs to be said here is that the kinks really need to be worked out now before climate change gets worse. I mean, these are some really crucial years we have here, and we need to make the most of them. So the future of meat is really here, and it could be coming from bugs, novel foods, the fungi universe, cells from animals, and yes, real animals too. And we're going to get into all of that and how really there is a system to be built here that also can work within a lot of existing structures. So, okay, let's kick this off. Talking collaboration. So how do you come to this work, and when you hear the topic of the future of meat, what's the lesson that you've learned that you think is important for us to, kick this off with? Carrie, otherwise I'm going to come to you. No,
yeah.
Go.
Yeah, I can start. Hi, everyone. So at Wild Type, we cultivate salmon, and people ask, what is the future of meat? And we're trying to build a new food system on 21st century values. And what does that look like? I'm not sure. I'm a little bit intimidated to be on this panel with all these brilliant communicators. I'm a scientist, so I'm a little bit awkward. And so what does that food system look like? I mean, I see it as Chloe, you had mentioned, all of us working together. It's not like there's one solution to everything. We all have to come from all different parts of the current food system to build a new one. And so I'm coming from the cellular agriculture cultivated meat part.
Yeah, scientists have a huge role to play. I love it.
Yay.
Cool.
I'm Carrie McClyman, and I work with Nierenberg Ranch. It's a network of about 650 independent family farmers who raise sustainable and humane beef, pork, and lamb, no antibiotics, no hormones, and they're across the Midwest. And this conversation is so fascinating to me because the future of meat. We were just, Nierenberg Ranch was honored to be in Fast Company's Most Innovative Companies that will come out April 1st in the magazine. And they basically called us innovative for, having pasture-raised system and having animals raised in deeply bedded pens. And when I think of that, I think that's traditional, right? And when they call it innovative, and another thing happened around the same time, the Iowa Historical Society wanted to do an exhibit on Nierenberg Ranch and how our farmers raised our animals. And one of our partners, you might know him, Harry Smith from CBS and NBC, he put his head in his hands and he said, how is that historic? This is what you do every day. So I think the future of meat is traditional. It's traditional, it's innovative, it's pushing the industry to do things that are very different than are being done right now. So I look forward to this conversation, and we can talk more about how we can incorporate all aspects of our guests into this.
Awesome.
Morning, everyone. My name is Andrea Menezes. I'm co-founder and CEO of Next-Gen Foods, the company behind the brand Tindo, plant-based chicken, and more recently, plant-based gelato, moi, as well. Before I get into the future of meat, I would just like to share that being around here in Austin with you in the audience is just a sneak peek into the future. And just being here, I cannot avoid calling out the fact that I'm incredibly inspired by the fact that I'm surrounded by inspiring women in the Women's History Month of March. That's pretty incredible. And that's the future we want to see, a future that's more equitable, more inclusive, a future in which we don't have to necessarily rely on slaughtering 80 billion animals just to get our source of protein. A future in which there's no single solution, as it was said. A future in which we can respect our planet and we can produce what ultimately we all want, which is to have delicious, nutritious, and sustainable foods being produced to feed 10 billion humans by 2050. And that's what our company is all about. So that's the future I'm looking for, and that's what I'm feeling here today as I look into the future.
Awesome.
Hey everyone, my name is Ebony. I work for ButcherBox. For those who aren't familiar, the company sources humanely raised meat, wild-caught seafood, and then we ship direct to consumer. So have the privilege of partnering with amazing folks like Nierenberg Ranch, Farmer Focus. Those are all companies that are part of our supply chain. And when I think about the future of meat and how ButcherBox thinks about that, it's really an echo of a lot of what we've already heard this morning. At ButcherBox, we're really thinking about how do we source, push the meat industry to be more sustainable, and what that means is not just environmental sustainability, well, that's a component, but really is thinking about the full meat ecosystem. So what is better for the animal, the farmer, the worker, which we haven't talked that much about today, the environment, and then ultimately the end customer, and how all of those things are integrated. As a company, we really think about the push and pull amongst all of those different components, and how can we identify solutions that can be better for each one of those stakeholders. And ultimately, it's really thinking about how can we create a meat ecosystem that can last for generations to come? We've already talked about today that the current meat industry is very, very good at being cost effective. It delivers us really, really cheap meat. And, food accessibility is a whole nother topic I'm not even gonna get into right now.
Maybe a little bit, maybe a little bit.
But yeah, just really thinking about how can we create a system that can be lasting.
Yeah, I mean, it's also they're passing those costs down the line too. So we'll have to talk about it.
Hi everyone, I'm Shannon. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at Finless Foods. We are an alternative seafood company based out of the Bay Area in California. So alternative seafood, what is that? It basically entails both like plant-based options. So we have a plant-based tuna. Actually, we have a food truck that's sitting outside that is serving samples if you're interested. And we also, similar to Wild Type, are working in the cell cultured, cultivated space, which is basically taking a sample of cells from a real animal, whether it's a tuna or a cow, and producing real meat in a production facility without continual slaughter. What brought me, I'm taking a little bit of a different angle also to say what brought me to the space, because I think it's maybe a little different. I actually was trained as an environmental and mostly worked as an ocean lawyer for most of my career so far. Was working largely in international fisheries, specifically managing tuna fisheries. And I think it was just seeing the continual challenges we were having in the policy landscape, especially with the global commons, all of us trying to work together to sustainably manage individual tuna stocks, that I just felt like we needed new solutions to try and meet the broadening gap between where our supply is currently and the fact that our wild capture stocks are like stagnating over the last 50 years, and the continual increased demand for seafood. I mean, as we're all saying here, the increased demand for protein. So I'm at Finless. It's exciting. It's never, as I'm sure we're all going to say, it's never a boring day. And I think, where do I see the future of meat and like a talking point? I would say diversification. You're going to hear this, I think, even from climate change speakers or anyone in any environmental issue, that there's not a singular silver bullet. I think folks want to hear that, but there's not. And so we really just need so many tools in the toolbox. And I think we all represent different tools in the toolbox. And so the only way we're going to get there of being able to sustainably feed our population and have a climate resilient, food secure system is by diversification and working together.
Mm-hmm. So how does your work fit within existing structures or tap into, some of the resources that, have really been created over the past, 50 plus years of industrializing the food system? And if it doesn't, it doesn't, but I think there's a lot of different ways we can talk about that. Feel free, yeah.
I can just say just a few points. So at Wild Type, where we're cultivating salmon, personally, I feel like what we're trying to do is just take the pressure off the sort of conventional forms of fishing, whether that be farming or wild-caught fish. We learn more and more as time goes on. There's more research. For example, trawling, which is one form of deep ocean fishing, actually produces more greenhouse gases than the global aviation industry. And so we want to provide an alternative to that, and an alternative that people understand. So that's part of what I'm supposed to do here, is educate people on what cultivated meat is. But ultimately, yeah, we're just trying to take the pressure off of that, how there's just so much demand for protein, and we're just sorry, Shannon, like you had said, that the wild stocks are just really deteriorating, and it's, just the whole ecosystem is falling apart, especially with salmon as a keystone species, so, yeah.
Cool.
I would say for us, it's supporting a model of agriculture that's been lost, and creating opportunities for farmers to make a premium on what they do and to be a part of it from each step of the supply chain, from taking care of the animals in a humane way. And I know there's a lot of vegetarians in this crowd, but our hog farmer, the founder, Paul Willis, has always said our pigs have one bad day. And I mean, I know it's true. And so I think it's showing that it's a viable job to be a farmer, that it's respected. And we have found that our farmers produce, and I've got the figure in here somewhere, but 195 hog farmers creates 339 state jobs. Wow. And it's all in the rural economies in which they serve. And I think that that has been forgotten with this big conventional model. That the other thing is too, 25% of new farmers are young farmers. And our farmer base, our average age is 43 for our farmers. The average age for the US farmer is 59. So I think it's providing that opportunity that this is an okay career to have, and done in a way that's right for the land and the animals is our future. And we're not going to ever be able to create as much meat as the conventional market. So I think it's a matter as a consumer, having that balanced diet and being willing to know the cost of meat, where you can balance it out with other items.
Right, I think that's actually an important point. Let's make that clear here. I think when we're talking about meat, we're not talking about factory farming. I think factory farming needs to come to an end. Antibiotic resistance that's spreading through that is one of the biggest public health threats that we face. But there is a place for actual, systems with grazing, or, systems like you both are going to be talking about for the future. And at the same time, meat consumption needs to go down, not up, and we're also over consuming. There's 41 pounds an average person wastes of meat a year in America alone. So, thanks.
An interesting thing is that I actually, before starting a plant-based meat company, I was for 7 years in the animal farming, hardcore, largest poultry exporter in the world, really looking at and learning from everything from farm to fork around the world. And at times it was, one of the things that got into me is how shocking it was that we, as consumers, as most of the population is a meat lover, how we segregate the process from the outcome, the ingredient, right? And the biggest question that came there to me back then was how can we have what we want? And ultimately what we want is the taste, the texture, the amount of protein, the fats, the calories, and so on. We don't really want the cholesterol, but it comes with it, no problem. But the reality is that the process is something we are all willing to ignore. I don't know any meat lover who goes to a slaughterhouse and feels like craving meat at the same day at least. And that's very shocking. So one of the things that, in my mind started popping was and to your point, how to leverage that existing one is how can we simply take the animal out of equation, which happens to be the most inefficient portion of that entire chain due to conversion. Animals were not designed to become food. And then instead, we just move through technology from the grains plus water, basically, and fats to the outcome that we want. But from that moment onwards, we can leverage entirely, at least in our case, the food system as it is, when it comes from manufacturing, distribution, restaurants, and everything else, supermarkets, all of it is the same as meat. We can leverage entirely and be viable since day one. That's what we've been doing as a company. That's how we've been trying to leverage that existing system to bring solutions at scale that are more sustainable.
I wanted to share 2 examples of kind of what sustainable meat ecosystem could look like. So definitely agree, our oceans, fish population, it is not a good situation right now. It is a dire situation. And there's also stories of hope. So ButcherBox sources our salmon from Bristol Bay in Alaska. And that area has really stringent, really Alaska state mandated policies around the monitoring of how much fish kind of can be caught in a given year to ensure that the salmon can go back to their spawning grounds, to ensure that the next year there's still a sustainable salmon population. I unfortunately don't have all the numbers off the top of my head, but since that area has been regulating and really utilizing science and management techniques to ensure that enough fish are returning back to the spawning grounds, they have seen an increase of salmon population year over year. And you can go look it up. It's all published, factual, and it's there. And I think a really amazing example of how that area has really utilized science. The government has held the fishermen there accountable, and you really start to see a thriving ecosystem. Another example is cattle grazing on pasture during their lifetime. So ButcherBox beef product is 100% grass-fed, grass-finished, and we really encourage the ranchers in our system to be thinking about how they are going to utilize management practices that will really build soil health. And so that really is about understanding the landscape. There's not one way to do it. The rancher really has to understand the intersection of their livestock, how quickly their livestock is consuming the particular pieces of grass on that land, and moving their livestock accordingly. And really can be a beautiful way that beef can be part of a sustainable system.
So the question is, like, how do we fit into the conventional system? And I think my answer is quick. It's complementarity. I get into we have to have a lot of tools in the toolbox. I think it's an and not or situation. How do we integrate new solutions as well as improve the solutions we have, drive them further, be more sustainable, more ethical with the traditional ag? Maybe in some ways it means going back. I think the other thing I want to raise, because it was brought up in sort of threads here, is like conscious consumerism. I think it's we need both. We definitely need to have a rise in consciousness of realizing that a third of our climate change emissions are coming from our food system, and as consumers we have roles to play in deciding how do we structure our diet. I definitely agree that part of that is looking at plant-based options and saying, I don't have to be a vegan, I don't have to be a vegetarian, but how can I be mindful of how much protein I'm consuming and what's the impact of that on the planet? At the same time, I think often, especially maybe in the US, there's a big emphasis putting it back on the consumer. And at the end of the day, these are food systems, and we need food systems change. And the reason I say that, another big part of engaging in the conventional is in the policy systems that drive the conventional. So in the US, a big piece of that is the Farm Bill. And so it's not just as, how do we put that on the consumer and say, like, think twice before you buy? It's also how do we, even as all of us in some ways are innovative, or we're innovative in that we're doing it the old way that's maybe been shifted, and how do we engage in that conventional policy landscape so that we move that forward and make that policy landscape work for us, right? And make it work for the food system we want to see, and reshape the food system in the US. And so I think that's another way we really have to play a big role in engaging in the conventional, not just like providing products, but engaging in the policy systems that drive the conventional.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I think there's been so much guilt put on the consumer. We're kind of primed to think voting with our dollars is the only thing we can do, but really billionaires and a few corporations are really giving us the ability to they're dictating what we can access in the first place. So how is that even? I want to say on that, so Farm Bill or otherwise, I mean, the Farm Bill is funding for the next 5 years, is crucial time, but is there anything you'd like to see specifically as that debate gets more intense in Congress? What would you like to change there? Or would there be one policy that could be enacted right now that would actually make your work far scalable or really make a difference today? Or similarly, is there regulation that could be slashed that would also give you a scalable, really good change quickly?
I can start us off. There's two that ButcherBox has been thinking a lot about, and I want Naiman's perspective on this too. But the first is actually around SNAP EBT. So SNAP EBT benefits are a big part of the Farm Bill. I didn't know that actually until pretty recently.
Yeah, they're tied together. You can't pass one without the other.
Exactly. And there has been a pilot for SNAP EBT approval on e-commerce going on for a while, but it has not been approved for all e-commerce companies. So ButcherBox as an e-commerce company, I've wanted to have SNAP EBT on our checkout page for the past 6 years since I've been working at ButcherBox, and I can't get it through because it's not approved. And so we've gone through a lot of different avenues, partnerships, trying to figure out how we can kind of move this forward. And so it's a topic that we're gonna continue to bring to light, especially this year. The thing is that, you know, food access, food accessibility, one of the things that ButcherBox has solved is being able to get high quality meat, humanely raised meat, wild caught meat, anywhere within the 48. But then now we're limited again by for folks who are on SNAP EBT and want to access our product, they're not able to access our product. So that's one area that we're really thinking about as an organization, and identifying, again, different policy angles we want to take. The other, that we just started talking about is it's very confusing. There's all of these claims, certifications, you don't know who's doing the right thing, and I really think there's a role for policy to make a difference here. Even no antibiotics, which I'm very interested in Carrie's perspective on, is not something that is a heavily regulated claim. And so it's hard to know, is this actually no antibiotics ever? At ButcherBox, it's a claim that's very important to us, and I do think kind of having better government regulation on it so that consumers can really trust that label, I think is really important.
Thank you for that.
I'm going to jump in on a few, really quick on a few, because I'm just watching the clock we have so much to say, guys. I think the first thing is you made a point about we're small. We're definitely not going to be able to do it together. Conventional ag is too large. And so I think one thing that has been talked about in prior panels is pre-competitive collaboration and working together. And that's something, I know Andrea's been connecting with us on, and it's really appreciated because we have a long way to go, and if you're gonna go fast, go alone, but if you're gonna actually make it, go together. I think labeling is a big one to make sure that there's fair competition and that folks have a chance to compete in the marketplace without restrictions. I think another one is making sure that programs that exist in the Farm Bill are extended, even if it's just removing small words off and that say that there's not geographic restrictions, or that it can apply to D2C and things like that. So it's not even as much as new provisions as extending provisions and not only limiting them to conventional ag. I'd also say just getting more funding and R&D into the food space so that the US stays competitive with the fact that food tech is evolving globally, Israel, Singapore, et cetera, and making sure that we're establishing centers of excellence for future of food, not just for vaccine research, all of which is needed, but so that that doesn't get left behind. And I guess the last big one I would say is getting funding into the future of food space so that when you're trying to scale up manufacturing and folks are like, when are you gonna get to scale? You're not only left to do that on venture dollars or debt financing, and you're able to do that with the support of government dollars like we've done for EVs or solar panels or other technologies that benefited the public good. If you're interested in any of those, that was like a flash education, happy to chat, and I'm happy to see if those relate to you guys.
And I'll say very quickly, the subsidies program is a problem, and it is absolutely not fair. The Conservation Stewardship Program was actually created by one of our farmers 22 years ago, and I think it is more important today than ever before. And then the Young Farmer programs are really important to us for the future of sustainable and humane farming.
Thank you. Final thought then otherwise, or and if you don't have a question for that, I'd say otherwise, what can people listening give us to, how can they take an active role in their food system? I think that'd be a good point to end on otherwise for anyone.
Yeah, I'm just watching the clock here and we're out. But basically, I just invite everyone to think, be open, and then really watch around our environment. That every single fundamental shift we have had in history, be from moving out of whaling to electricity, from horses to cars, none of them are easy, frictionless, or quick. But they have happened over time, and this is what's happening right now with food, and that's the change that we want to see. How do we move from a fundamentally inefficient system to one that's future-proof, that's not any worse? But yes, it will take policies, infrastructure, investment, and time, as well as later as well consumers being open to, for us to build on a better world. That's all I wanted to add.
Amazing.
That's really wonderful. I just want to say that I'm excited to be here and kind of see all this commonalities we have and the way how we all want to work together and build this new food system. And I think for the consumer, just to have an open mind and learn about all these options and come to San Francisco, come visit us, come watch the process, come see your cultivated tanks. They're like big beer breweries. I mean, yeah, come visit us and see what we do.
I love that.
Be
And
transparent. Yeah.
otherwise, you can join a local CSA. You can run for a local school board that'll impact institutional purchasing for schools. Or there's lots of ways you can get involved, even beyond just joining political campaigns or advocating for farm bill reform, which is also super needed. So thank you all for listening, and lots of experts that will be around to keep talking about these really important discussions. Thanks. Okay. I think we do a picture, I think. Yeah. Do we do a picture? No. No? No? We're good. Okay. Yes? I think we're supposed to. I don't know. Maybe not. Yeah. Thank you.
Another round of applause, please, for that panel. Hey, everyone who's getting up, sit down. Do not move, everyone. Hey, I'm not kidding. Close the doors. You can't move. Something very special is about to happen. Everyone sit down. If you leave right now, you're going to miss something incredibly special, and I'm not kidding. Hey, all of you leaving. All right, you're missing something very special. It's fine. You'll be sorry. Before we continue, I want to thank a few more of our generous in-kind partners, including Finless Food and Nierenberg Ranch, who you just heard from, along with my favorite New Orleans brand, Brass Roots, also Quinn Snacks and Daily Crunch. Again, something very special is about to happen, everyone. Sit down. As a reminder, for those watching via our live stream, please follow along with the hashtag Food Tank. Again, that's hashtag Food Tank. And if you're enjoying today's program, I hope that you will consider becoming a part of Food Tank's network of grassroots partners who make our work possible. We offer exclusive member-only events with experts, including folks like Chef Alice Waters, Dr. Mark Hyman, and farmer and advocate Leah Penniman. So please go to foodtank.com/join, where you can find a membership level that works for you. And while you're doing that, you could bring out your phone right now, and I could watch you while you all do it, and you can remember all the free stuff that you got today. I'm kidding. I do want people to become Food Tank members, but one of the benefits of Food Tank is that you can get our content for free, and we try to make it as widely available and as accessible as possible. So now I'm really, really excited for that something special that I've been telling you about. It's a theatrical performance of Little Peasants. This play, which was written by Food Tank's co-founder Bernard Pollock and is directed by Austin's own Kristen Osborne, Kristen, I messed up your name, Kristen Osborne. Let's give them both a round of applause. It goes behind the scenes of a union organizing campaign. It's powerful, y'all. It's really, really powerful. It's funny. It makes you think. And I can't wait for you all to see it. So let's give it a round of applause. Little Peasants.
Okay, what's the plan? Regina's flown in from Seattle. The union vote is tomorrow, and she knows she's losing, so she's gonna come in nice, at least to start.
Pukingly friendly. You are partners, and we are a family. Your benefits are industry leading. We listen to you.
I rose up from nothing. You can relate to me. I'm just a normal, folksy gal with good, wholesome Midwestern roots. Certainly not a multimillionaire corporate executive who parachuted into Kansas City on a private plane today.
How do you think the others will react?
Our crew's pretty rock solid, but we can't take anything for granted. The company won't go down without a bitter fight. No union has ever defeated a multinational fast casual restaurant chain. They aren't looking to make history.
But we are. She's the 5th executive since the beginning of the campaign to come here from Seattle. Norman fucking Maltz came and didn't flip folks. I mean, if the founder can't convince them, Regina won't be able to.
Norman is a buffoon. A total joke. Privilege personified.
Yeah, he sucks.
But I'm told Regina's a worthy adversary. I overheard their lawyer, Carlos, panicking on the phone about her arrival.
That's hysterical.
Regina rose to the head of North America from nothing. She's cunning, calculated, and cutthroat. We need to keep people from getting cold feet.
Are you gonna cause trouble during her speech?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna cause some chaos.
Yeah, is that wise though? I mean, don't get steamrolled, we're already winning.
But it's precisely because we've been fearless and stand up to all their bullshit.
Yeah, but let's not overplay our hand, Jackie. Ride the election. Victory is close. Also, we still need to get a contract out of those jerks.
Molly, stop trying to be their best friend. They won't bargain if they feel like they can walk all over us. Nice doesn't work.
Let them say their piece and let the evening end. Otherwise, Regina and Carlos will start to feel threatened and isolate workers one-on-one where we have less power to drive the conversation.
Your strategy is so boring. She only has so much leverage. I mean, it's a barista job in a full employment economy.
Ha ha. Seriously though, you know we all love working here.
Yeah, but that's what management doesn't get. We love it because of all of us, not them. Not their crappy benefits, not their fake woke culture. It's despite those things.
Are you sure? Not cleaning the overflowing toilets?
Or the insanely convoluted Crappuccino making process?
Yeah, or how mobile orders are slowly turning us into production line factory drones.
But you know what our best tactic is? One that will surely win every single vote. Nothing about wages or benefits, respect, or dignity. We just need to remind everyone that the Christmas playlist will start getting looped again in 2 weeks.
To Mariah Carey.
All I want for Christmas is for your fucking song to stop playing.
Yeah, it's the first thing we'll negotiate. Can you believe it's tomorrow?
I know.
We're gonna make history, Jackie.
We've just got to get through tonight.
Exactly.
We need to remind everyone that this is about having a say in a community that we've collectively built. We are the company. We are the reason customers come every morning, day after day.
Our faces.
Our energy.
Our kindness.
And we're done sitting in the back seat. No more at will or replaceable. No more placating us with lame benefits or pay scraps. We want a voice. We want actual power. That's why we are voting yes.
Let's do it.
But first, it's time to choke on her bullshit speech.
Jackie.
And just what?
Seriously. Don't mess it up.
Look, Molly, this is bigger than our 3 stores. Bigger even than Mermaid Coffee itself. We are making history here. We can literally lift millions of workers out of poverty.
I know.
Which means we can't win with a whimper. We need to throw a giant fucking grenade, metaphorically speaking, of course, on these assholes. This is global news, and the whole world is watching.
Yeah, all the more reason to keep the moral high ground, Jackie. The win in itself tomorrow is going to do all the talking for us. We don't need to cannibalize our own momentum. Come on.
Are we going to win tomorrow?
It's bad. Right now, about 45 want a union and 28 don't.
40% against?
Yes.
40%?
Yes, approximately.
40?
Yes.
Carlos, you have royally fucked this one up. You get paid $2,000 an hour to make sure we are never in this position. And these little peasants are mopping the floor with you, making me fly into this freezing shithole city to fix your damn mess.
Remember the talking points, Regina.
What talking points? Be relatable, tell them about my personal journey, convince them they are partners and don't need a union representing them. How much did you bill us for those pearls of wisdom?
And if that doesn't work?
All salaries and benefits will be frozen due to union negotiations.
And we might have to start closing stores.
Isn't that against the law?
And we might have to resort to layoffs.
And that too?
I'll deny it fast, but the fines are negligible.
This better work.
It will work. It always does.
It hasn't so far. You failed. You are losing. Do you get that?
I get that.
Did we hire the wrong employment law firm?
No.
Because you were supposed to be the best. Union busters extraordinaires. Are you the best?
We are.
Because it's my fucking job if this vote goes the wrong way. $6 million a year, poof, gone.
I hear you.
Because of you. Because you botched this.
Understood.
I swear to God, if we lose tomorrow, Norman will fire me on the spot. And I will fire you and your shit firm right before that happens, capiche?
Capiche. Let's focus on the task at hand.
12,000 stores around the country, and not one has ever voted to unionize in our 45 fucking year history. I'm North American president for 8 months, and I'm about to lose a union campaign.
We aren't going to lose.
Okay, I need to calm down. Let's both not make threats, just relax, take a breath.
Okay. Start by introducing yourself to the group. Form a connection, and then we can pull people one by one all night if we have to. We've done extensive background on each of them. Wait, that's Ashley, the undecided one I was telling you about.
Ashley?
I'm Ashley.
Hi, I'm Regina DeMoro, North American president at Mermaid Coffee. I've been hearing good things about you, Ashley.
Really?
Yeah, we're eyeing you to be regional manager.
That would be incredible.
Well, you deserve it.
Wow.
Patty has been singing your praises.
Oh, that's really kind of her.
Of course, so deserved.
You just need to make sure the vote fails tomorrow so we don't have to close and sell our 3 Elmwood stores.
Oh, you'll close them down?
Who knows? We'd probably start with limiting store hours, fewer partners per shift, fewer full-time employees.
You have 2 youngsters, right?
Yes, Mira and Anthony.
Do you have a photo?
Sure. We took this a week ago in Knox Farm.
Adorable.
Thank you.
The good news is we just have to, the other baristas are telling us privately that they're against the union. They're just trying not to stir any resentment among the organizers.
How old are they?
Oh, 5 and 3.
Oh. Yeah.
Well, if the stores are no longer profitable, we can't justify keeping them open.
That they are just lovely.
Thank you.
Not to worry. Come tomorrow, this will all be behind us.
Great. See you in there.
See you.
Well done. Just like her, we know where they each stand and which buttons to push.
Sticks and carrots. Good cop, bad cop, good cop, bad cop, bad cop, bad cop, until we annihilate their stupid union.
Agreed. The one you have to watch out for, though, is Jackie. She's been leading the opposition, and she's been very effective so far.
Jackie. I will tell them what Mermaid Coffee has meant to me, where we failed, and what I plan to do for them moving forward.
Good. The partners will respond well to vulnerability.
In the one-on-ones, we can be brutally honest, but in this group session, I want them to see my kindness and compassion.
Here, wear this.
I don't even know what sport this is.
Football.
Who's my favorite player?
No idea.
Do they ever win?
Do I look like a fucking football fan?
Just like this vote, a Hail Mary.
We can still win tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, let's go. Let's turn these entitled pricks. Hi, partners. I'm so excited to be with you here today in Kansas City. I'm Regina DeMoro, North American President at Mermaid Coffee. Did everyone get a bite to eat? Those tacos sure look tasty. Let's give a hearty round of applause for the hardworking food service staff here at the Best Western. Woo! Yeah. It feels like yesterday that I was barista just like you. And I'm the first to admit that not everything here at Mermaid Coffee is perfect. I remember the days before free college tuition reimbursement, paid family medical leave, stock options, and comprehensive health care on the first day. Please get off your phone. Where was I? I had faith that Mermaid Coffee would listen, so I raised support for these benefits at team meetings. We even circulated a petition. And it worked. Clearly, my shift supervisor, store manager, and regional manager all shared these concerns. I felt seen. And over time, things changed. Now, I stayed awake all night reading your anonymous surveys, and you've raised some very valid concerns, some very valid points. And based on your ideas, tonight I'm ready to share several changes with you that I'm prepared to make immediately. But bottom line, what I'm trying to say is you don't need a union taking your hard-earned money for dues. Because, after all, you are Mermaid Coffee. We don't exist without you. So, of course, we are going to champion your every concern and fight for your well-being.
It took a union organizing campaign to get your attention.
Well, who said that?
None of us have ever seen you before.
You must be Jackie.
I am.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. You're right, we had no idea how badly the Kansas City stores were being managed until you filed for this election.
It's not that. We actually like Patty and the other managers. It was never about her. It's not about fixing anything either. Wages and benefits aren't the primary reason we're doing this.
Maybe it's not your reason, but your coworkers aren't fellow Marxists. They just want to improve their day-to-day lives. I read the surveys. They want a raise. And I will give it to you if you vote no, because I want it to end up in your pocket, not all handed over to some union.
It's not just us in Kansas City. We're in touch with stores everywhere, across the country.
Even more reason to work within the system. If you vote to be represented by the union tomorrow, I won't legally be able to offer you the immediate changes that we could implement for the others nationwide. Your wages and benefits could stall or disappear because it could take years before we have a contract.
That would only be if you refused to bargain in good faith.
Well, of course we would bargain in good faith. Or better yet, you could get these benefits starting tomorrow. After all, we are industry-leading standard setters in terms of wages and benefits.
What changes do you think we're after?
You want consistent shifts. Part-time workers getting the same benefits as full-time, better wages to keep up with inflation. You are frustrated with the mobile ordering system, blended coffee-making process, and lack of PPE. I've come here prepared to offer you what you're asking for.
What's the catch?
You need to vote no. It will be impossible for me to make these changes with a third party interfering.
Respectfully, while sure we would accept those changes, which you're only considering because of our campaign, that's not why we're organizing a union.
I can either make all these changes for you, or you organize a union and get nothing. You'll decide tomorrow.
Damn straight.
Remember though, when you vote, it's not just about positive changes. Vote yes and nothing you have now is guaranteed, because we might have to—
Carlos, aren't you a lawyer?
Well, it's a fact that the industry is entirely non-union, and we'll have to make drastic changes to stay competitive.
And it's a fact that you can't threaten us. We'll be filing this also as a complaint.
No, we just want a seat at the table, a collective voice. We want actual power.
You already have power. You've always had power.
The thing is, we don't. We have the perception of power, the rhetoric of power, but we don't actually make the decisions you do.
A union puts you further away from the decision-making process.
How so?
You can't just walk into your manager's office. You'll have a proxy present.
I don't want to be alone in anyone's office. I want a proxy present. If it were just me alone complaining, raising these issues, I would have just been fired long ago.
You are all our greatest asset.
We've just always been at the back of the line. Without this campaign, we would have never gotten near your office.
Yeah, we just keep collecting breadcrumbs as you executives and your shareholders pocket windfalls.
Molly, right?
Yeah.
You own Mermaid Coffee.
How so?
Stock benefits are part of your employment package.
I know.
So shares go up when the company is profitable.
Oh my God, thank you so much for mansplaining that, Carlos.
So you are a shareholder.
Yeah, after 2 years, most of us don't stay past 3 months.
We want you to stay. High turnover is expensive.
No, you want to churn and burn us, keep us just slightly below full-time hours.
No, we want high retention. Happy employees make for a much better customer experience.
Then why work us like dogs?
We don't.
You do, and you dangle better things in the future while cycling us out before we achieve any meaningful benefits.
You are a fraud, Jackie. You act like you're just a barista, but you also are paid by the union.
Seriously?
She doubles as an employee for Workers United.
There was no other way.
Soon your coworkers' hard-earned money will go line your pockets.
Jackie, is that true?
There was no choice.
And why should I trust you?
Because I'm fighting for you. It's David versus Goliath.
Okay, respectfully, Carlos, go fuck yourself.
You act so benevolent, but you're just looking to get rich and famous on their backs.
Rich and famous? Is this a joke?
Do you know how much Regina makes an hour? $9,659.
Dollars?
Almost 10 Grover Clevelands.
Well, actually, the truth is, I came from nothing. A single mother with no college education. That is the magic of Mermaid Coffee, and any one of you could reach my position.
Exactly. You know nothing about the adversity she's faced or what she's been through.
Okay, look at Spot Coffee. The same thing happened. They said don't organize. If you demand $15 an hour, we'll be forced to close down our 3 stores. Benefits will suffer, layoffs, customers will see higher prices. But do you want to know what really happened?
I know.
They have a contract now. Better benefits, a living wage, worker retention, a voice on the job.
But companies like Mermaid Coffee compete with them on an unequal playing field. So that's why I started working here.
You are a plant, a spy.
You started working here under false pretenses with no other motive than organizing. You aren't a partner.
Can I fire her? You're fired.
It's against the law to fire someone because they want a union.
You won't be stepping inside another Mermaid Coffee unless you're buying a latte.
We can't even afford to drink the coffee we make.
Leave now.
Fellow baristas, I know it is scary. I know it has never been done before, but we need to chart our own course, write our own rules. It's tough being the first, but tomorrow, if you vote for our union, floodgates will open. The other stores will find the courage. Tomorrow, you are giving them permission to fight back.
Security, can I get some help, please?
Ashley,
what about you?
Ashley, I know they are scaring you, making lots of contingent promises that they have no intention of keeping. Here's a real promise. Change is hard, but we will do better united, together.
Jackie, I have 2 kids. I'm paycheck to paycheck.
See, she doesn't want to join.
Did she pull out the I'm the CEO with a heart routine and ask to see baby pictures she doesn't care about? You've been played.
Ashley, remember what we talked about. You are different from the rest of them. You'll be regional manager someday.
Don't let her divide us.
Come on, Ashley. I know that she's lying to you. After tomorrow, you'll never see her again. You're just a pawn in her chess game. So let's have the vote right now. You, fellow baristas, will you stand up and demand a better life for yourself, your coworkers, and all dining service workers who've been beaten down for too long?
Jackie is already fired. Stand up and you're next.
Then I'm next.
Sit back down right now.
Thank you. It's okay. Stay standing. Please, who else will join us? Who else is in? Please, everyone, stand up right now and join us.
Say their names so that you can see them. Please give another round of applause to Chloe Whitehead, Macy Butler, Rachel Aston Warren, Emmanuel Thomas, and Mackenzie Mack Thornton, and the incredible director, Kristen Osborne. I'd also like my co-founder, Bernie Pollock, to stand up for writing this incredible piece. Stand up, Bernie. This makes me very emotional, so I apologize. But I think this play and what Bernie and the actors and our director have done is really set the stage for what's going on in this country right now. And it's amazing what's happening with workers who are putting their jobs and their lives on the line to fight for the right to collectively organize. And so that also, because everyone deserves that right, and everyone deserves respect and dignity in whatever work that they do. So I am very, very excited for our next conversation. Food workers are driving a resurgence in the labor movement, which is so true, and I have the honor of moderating this panel because nobody's let me talk all day. So it's my pleasure and true honor to invite Stuart Applebaum, the president of the Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union, to join me on stage, along with Michael Big Mike Foster, a former Wayne Farms poultry worker and an organizer with RWDSU Mid-South Council in Alabama. So please join me on stage. Big round of applause. These are true American heroes. Stuart and Mike, are you coming out? Please. Or I'll start crying again, and I'll make the actors come out, and I'll make Bernie stand up. It'll be a whole thing. Come on, Stuart and Mike. Round of applause as they keep coming out. Did you all enjoy the play? Was it? I love the interactiveness of it. I love the power of it. I love that all of the actors are young and very intentional about this work. And again, Kristen, the director, just did a phenomenal job. Here they are. Woo! Thank you all. And here is Stuart Applebaum and Mike Foster. Thank you for joining me. I'm so delighted to see you both. I was telling the audience that you two are two of the greatest heroes I have ever met. So thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Stuart, you and I have talked a lot about how this momentum around union organizing has flourished, and it's flourished because of something terrible that has happened around the globe, the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'm wondering if you can elaborate on that. Why did the pandemic cause this resurgence in union organizing?
Thanks, Danny. And first, I just want to say the play was really wonderful, and it's really accurate as to what is going on. And it's really good to be with all of you talking about this in this historic space. The pandemic changed a lot of things in people's lives. And it also taught us a lot of things at the same time. During the pandemic, workers who produce food and sell food went to work every day. They did not have the option of working from home, working remotely. They were on the front lines, going to work, putting themselves at risk. And unfortunately, many died as a result. If you worked in a supermarket, you could be exposed to 1,000 people on the 1,000 people in one day. And you brought home to your family whatever you were exposed to. And I think people realized throughout the country that these workers, who were often invisible in the past, were now deemed essential. Society would not have survived if they had not gone to work every day. And people understood something else too, that they couldn't count on their employer to ensure their safety. Mike can tell you what was going on in the plants, but in one poultry plant, the employer, when they had to put up partitions made out of saran wrap. And in another plant, another poultry plant, management said they only had enough PPE for the supervisors and not for the people on the floor. And there is also a huge demographic difference between the supervisors and the workers. And so people also understood that as they were being thanked for showing up every day, words were not enough. They needed good pay and good benefits, and they needed their health and safety protected, and they felt they needed a collective voice. They needed a union.
Thank you, Stuart. Mike, if I can turn to you for a moment, you know, Stuart just said words were not enough. They are not enough. When what you were facing as a poultry worker during the pandemic, I'm wondering if you can share that personal experience with us.
Sure. Like Stuart was saying, at a lot of the poultry plants, they was not giving us the proper PPE and these types of things. So what I did is that I done an interview with Forbes magazine in my front yard to bring attention to what we was going through, because I was not willing to let my fellow workers die, so to speak, in a place where they want to call us essential workers, but to us it was just a name. It was just a title. Nobody was being appreciated for what we did. You got to remember, in a poultry plant where I worked there for 20 years, we worked elbow to elbow. There's no 6 inches of space in between us. We have to work to feed America, when America was giving so much credit to the doctors and the nurses, which deserve it. But if you're dying of starvation, can you go to the hospital for that? You need to be fed by poultry workers, meat packaging workers, and things of that sort. And then when they call us essential workers, the company gives us 4 quarters and tell us that's sufficient for your life. To me, that was a slap in the face. To me, I have to go to work every day to provide for America, which I was proud to do. That's in my heart to do. It's to help be a part of something positive. But instead, the company looked down on us. They say, hey, thank you for coming to work, and they run back in their offices where they're safe. But we're on that line where people are coughing and sneezing. Being separated with saran wrap. Nobody had masks. Nobody was checking temperatures. We was going through a pandemic and everybody's looking for help, like, what can we do? Big Mike, what can we do? So I felt like God put it on me to stand up for my people. And they asked what we was gonna do the interview at. I said, right in my front yard. Because people are going through things at a poultry plant while we're running short on food. I work at a poultry plant and didn't even have chicken in my own freezer. How was that? I work with chicken and don't even have chicken to eat. So that is something that we have to pay attention to. And the union stood up at that time and came to our aid.
And to show you how even worse it was, the employers were creating incentives to come to work when you had COVID, when you were sick. Mm-hmm. They were giving you extra pay if you showed up every day without missing a day. So if you were going to get an extra $500 if you went to work 6 weeks in a row without missing a day, well, you know, you're just a few days away from qualifying for the money. What are you going to do? You're going to go to work.
That's right.
Well, I mean, I think that's what the play sort of pointed out, Little Peasants pointed out, that workers are put in these sort of, you know, these situations that they don't have a choice. They feel like they're going to lose their jobs. They can't feed their children. So I'm wondering if you can both talk about, we saw this sort of captive audience meeting take place, and those are I don't think, a lot of us really understand what takes place during those meetings. So I'm hoping you both can sort of describe how intimidating that is.
If I could start, I'd say that in the United States right now, we see the highest approval for unions that we have seen in decades. More than 70% of all people in this country support unions, and that's even higher among young people. So why are there so few union members in this country? It's because employers do whatever they can to intimidate and interfere with the workers' rights to organize and have a union. And one of the main tools they use is the captive audience meeting. Think about it. Think about it. You go to work. You're told you're required to sit in a meeting and listen to the employer and their hired guns tell you why you don't need a union. And where is the union at this point? We're not allowed in the facility. We're not allowed in the parking lot. You only hear one side. Unfortunately, what we saw was accurate. In one campaign, the employer not only spent $4.3 million in 1 year on union busters, but they put up their propaganda everywhere throughout the plant. Signs everywhere telling you to vote no. They even put literature in bathroom stalls at eye level if you were sitting on a toilet telling you you had to vote no. They were on your phone sending you messages. They were calling you at home. They were doing whatever they could. But one of the biggest things is this captive audience meeting where you'd be required to go sometimes several times a week. And I'll just mention, because we're the union that started the campaign to organize Amazon workers. The only place the union reps could talk to the workers was when they left the plant and they were stopped at the traffic light. And you'd go up to them, you'd hand them literature, you'd answer questions. So what did Amazon do? It went to government and asked them to change the traffic lights so there'd be less time for their workers to be able to speak to union organizers.
Just like Stuart was saying, with this captive audience meeting in a right-to-work state, where these people come in and mislead the workers, they talk about money. So these people are not making a whole lot of money. So if you want to take some more money from them, that quickly turns them the other way, which we all know in a right-to-work state, nobody is made to pay union dues. Nobody has to do this. But it's about putting doubt inside of a worker's mind to let them know, hey, you will be terminated, or I will promote you. And they giving these people false hope to silence them. And that's what drives me even the most. Like when we was out at Amazon, I had people come down to the light who's crying because they went to the bathroom too many times and they was terminated. I'm praying for them at the light, hoping that I can help them, but I even know with me, myself, with being with the union, my authority is only limited. So I'm racking my brain every night because, see, this is not something that I do for a job or for a paycheck. This is my heart. I love to help people, and I come out of a poultry plant where my mama worked there for 32 years. And that's what got me involved in being in the union. So when she retired, they only gave her $320 for 32 years. And for me, it was like they slapped my poor mama in the face. Right now, her shoulders are out of whack for working in this place for so long because these industries do not care about the value of the people. So this has to stop. And with this union busting, for them to come in to pay so much money to keep the workers silent is crazy to me. 4-point-something million? Couldn't they have just given that to the workers and allowed the workers to become more happy, more willing to come to work? I mean, to me, it's just crazy. Before I left the poultry plant where I worked there for 20 years, I never made no more than $11.75 an hour. That is crazy for a 20-year employee. Tell me where that happens at. When this company is probably the second or third leading poultry plant in the world that will not take care of the workers, how can we sit here and ask ourselves that we value our workers when we don't? It's clearly to see that these people are not valued, but when the pandemic came in, it shined a light on them, but we're still too far away. We have a long way to go. So it puts judgment in my mind. Are these people serving a higher power? Are they serving a God that does not like things like this? You know, so to me, I'm asking myself, what are we doing and what can we do to make this process even better? So that's just my quick spiel on it.
Thank you, Preacher Mike.
Danny, you asked about this moment. People all over this country are tired of being treated as disposable, tired of being treated as their own lives don't matter, tired of being treated like robots, tired of earning inadequate wages while they're being thrown crumbs by the corporate elite that's taking joyrides into outer space. They are tired of the income inequality in our country. Bernie Sanders said something last week that I heard, that 3 people in this country, 3 people, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, together have as much wealth as 50% of the people in this country combined.
Wow.
People are ready for a change, and we're seeing that.
Wow.
It's thrilling to watch what's happening in the Starbucks campaign, at Trader Joe's, at REI, at Apple. People all over are standing up and saying they want something different.
Absolutely. And Mike, you know this better than anyone. You know, you've inspired so many other workers, but when that Forbes piece that you did in your front yard went viral, I can't imagine the intimidation and harassment you got from the poultry company.
Listen, I have heart. And the next day when I showed up at their workplace and I seen them outside checking temperatures and giving away masks, only thing I can say is thank you, God. Because, see, listen, if somebody doesn't stand up and say something, what happens? What really happens? So if I had to be the sacrifice, I was willing to do that for the people. And it's just not a color ratio to me. It's about every living individual in that place who's trying to make a living for their family, and they was putting their lives on the line. So was I. And I was not willing to stand by and just let that happen anymore. So with moving on with the chicken and showing up at Amazon, oh my God, it's the same thing that's happening all around the world. Somebody has to stand up. So when it was raining, I was at the stoplight. When it was freezing, I was at the stoplight. Nothing would not change me showing up to that stoplight. Even when the light changed, I was still running behind the car with my literature, you know. So, I mean, it's just an honor to be able to be the person who's inspiring someone.
Let me tell you also what it takes so much courage to stand up. In a captive audience meeting, the employer will sometimes do things that are just extraordinary. So if you stand up and raise a question, they'll tell you to get out of the meeting. Or sometimes, and they did this in Bessemer at Alabama, in Amazon, they'd ask the person who stood up to come forward. So these outside anti-union consultants, union busters, could take a photograph of their badge.
Yes.
And they say, we're doing that just so we could get back to you later to answer your question. Surprise, surprise, they never got back to them later.
Never.
They were looking to retaliate. And so you know, and I have to throw this in, employers also think it's better to just break the law over and over again because there are no real consequences. What you do is you break the law, you fire people you're not supposed to fire, you stifle the campaign, and a few years later, you're found guilty and you have to pay a little money to some people. The laws in this country to protect workers during organizing campaigns are worthless and need to be changed. And there's a bill in Congress called the PRO Act that would change the law.
Can you talk a little bit more about that, what the PRO Act will do and why it's so important, Stuart and Mike?
The PRO Act would outlaw captive audience meetings. The PRO Act would provide meaningful penalties on the companies and the executives. The PRO Act would level the playing field and make a big difference for workers. You know, it's the policy of this country, according to our legislation, to encourage collective bargaining, but you can never tell that from the way things operate today.
Sure, sure.
And I have to say that when we asked Joe Biden to put out a tweet during our campaign supporting our campaign, he did more. He did a videotape where he talked about the campaign in Alabama and said that the decision of whether or not you want a union is supposed to be the worker's choice. It's not the employer's choice. And he condemned the intimidation and interference by employers. We have to make that sentiment the law.
Absolutely. Mike, wait, please. Mike, what you were able to do at Amazon is historic. It's never been done before. It was such a win for workers all over the country. And I wonder, from your perspective, you know, there are young people, there are older people who want to form unions. What advice do you have for them?
Like I always tell people, the outcome in the first election, you may look at it as a loss, but we don't. We look at it that we sparked the labor movement in the whole wide world. We're doing that. We opened up people's eyes, especially at Amazon, because at first all you seen was the commercial with the smile come across the screen. Nobody ever knew what it took to get those packages to your door. I have workers come and tell me it's like a 10-hour workout, nonstop, picking and storing and running and racing over here, doing robots and all of this stuff. And for me, with organizing to encourage young people, if you want your voice to be heard, you need to organize. People are tired of standing in the back yelling over people trying to get their voice heard, when we can come to the table and sit around the boss man and let them know, hey, this little money is not enough. I'm still struggling, but we have billion-dollar companies who steady making money, but poverty is steady rising. We got people who's working every day inside of factories and facilities that can't even eat at these places. They can't even buy cars or food at these places. What are we saying? We have to have a voice, but intimidation is so strong in the South. In a right-to-work state where your employer just can text you and say, we no longer need you. Well, hold up. Can I at least say something? Can I at least come in and talk about this? No. We can just say we no longer need you and that's done. That's over with. That is the power of the employer over the employee. So the only way we can try to even the playing field is to organize. If you're tired of being tired, call the union. Call Big Mike. I will show up. I promise you I will.
And it's not just younger people. It's also older people who worry that they're not going to be able to afford to ever retire.
Yes.
At General Mills in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, the workers there about 2 or 3 years ago organized a union, and it was led by people who were afraid that they were never going to be able to retire, older workers.
Yes.
And it's happening all over this country. The other thing that happened with the Amazon campaign, and I want to give credit to someone in the audience, Chelsea Connor.
Chelsea!
Stand up, Chelsea, please. Thank you.
It's the campaign. People were shocked by the Amazon campaign. It was one of the largest companies in the country. I think it's the second largest in terms of number of people employed. It was the middle of the pandemic before anybody knew anything about a vaccine, at the worst point when everyone was afraid. It was in Alabama, which is not known as being a union-friendly state, And we were going against one of the wealthiest people in the history of the universe. And people were amazed and followed the campaign. It took so long that people were able to see every step of the way in forming a union and learning about it. Our friends in Staten Island came down to Bessemer, Alabama, and they saw what we did and brought it back north. And I think people see that if you are able to stand up, even in Alabama, even against Amazon, and you could do it successfully in Staten Island, in New York, that workers anywhere can form a union.
That's right.
And the Starbucks workers, the people who initiated that campaign, said they were inspired by Amazon in Bessemer, Alabama, to start their effort.
Yes.
So exciting. Woo. Thank you both for that. In the few minutes we have left, we've talked a lot about the power of workers and what you can do, and whether it's Amazon or Starbucks or Trader Joe's or REI. But all of us in this room are eaters, and we drink beverages. And I wonder from both of you, what is your advice for us to support workers? How can we encourage them to be as brave as you have both been?
I think what people need to do is to talk, to spread this message, to communicate. Do it on social media. When you go into a Starbucks, if you go there, order your coffee Union Strong. You want people to hear from you, and you don't want people to be afraid. We need to do this. I'm older than probably everyone in this room, but I worry about what this country is going to be if we don't take the action we need to take and make a difference for working people in this country so they're treated with justice and respect, that their humanity is understood.
Thank you, Stuart. Mike, you get the last word.
I think what we need to do as parents and grandparents is to educate our kids on about what unions are. It's crazy to me how a lot of people don't know what a union is and what a union provides. And I think that's our jobs as family, as neighborhoods, for us to come together and show the kids and the grandkids that are coming along that's gonna take our place how to be strong in this area, how to be educated about what we're going through and what the union can provide. I believe that's our job. And right now we're failing. Right now we need to pick up the pace to show them, like right now I have my daughter with me passing out flyers, letting her know that this is what we have to do in order to be heard from the big corporations. This is the only way that wealth is gonna rise for the employees. So we got to start educating the young people that are coming up to show them that it's okay to be bold in some areas. It's okay to stand up for what you believe in, and don't worry about the retaliation that is gonna may come. But if we stand together as a group of people, some powerful things that can happen. And like I said, I don't mean to turn it into a church service, but I don't speak labor, I preach labor, and I can't help it.
Keep on preaching, Mike. Keep on preaching.
I will. I will. So with that being said, listen, let's talk to our people, encourage them that this is just the beginning. Amazon popped off the nation with organizing around the world, and it's not gonna stop. And I would not stop. Stuart, the RWDS union, we will not stop. And for y'all to come in and just be with us and hear us, I appreciate y'all. And by the way, my name is Michael Foster, but all my friends call me Big Mike.
Woo!
My husband is Japanese, and he reads the Japanese press. And one morning he comes to me, and he says, on the front page of the Japanese paper is a picture of Big Mike, quoting his message all the way in Alabama.
Woo! Thank you both so much. Stand up for them, please. Woo! True American heroes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Stuart, I love you.
Thank you.
This is just the start of us.
I know.
Together, speak to Richard Bensinger.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh my gosh, so inspiring. Thank you all so much. Are you there? So I'm emotional, so give me a second to breathe. But before we turn to our next panel, I want to thank again, you can come out. I want to thank again Big Mike and Stuart. They were just amazing. I also want to thank Chef Olivia Hernandez and her team at Hernandez Hospitality, who are just finishing their setup. I want to give a huge thank you to Farmer's Fridge and all of the other in-kind partners, including One Taco. I know that we have a packed agenda, so please take a moment to get air, food, go to the bathroom, I know. We just ask that you take your belongings with you so that other folks can come in. So we're now going to shift gears a little bit and talk about something that's really important as we think about building resilient food systems, resilient to a pandemic like COVID-19, resilient to the climate crisis, and that's making sure that we are able to use our cities as places of food production. So please join me. I'm going to move so you can sit down. Please join me in welcoming our panelists. I'm going to walk as quickly as I can. We have Tiffany Washington, an urban farmer with Davin Cove Farm. We have Biraj Puri, who is the founder and co-founder and CEO of Gotham Greens. We have Jacob, I'm still emotional. Jacob Pechenik, who is the co-founder and CEO of Let Us Grow. Nice to see you, Jacob. We have Mark Oshima, who is the co-founder and chief marketing officer for Aero Farms. And we have our wonderful moderator, who is very patient with me, Nadia Chaudhary, who is the editor of Eater Austin. Please give them a round of applause.
Thanks everyone for being here. We really appreciate this. So to kick off this session, I'd love our lovely panelists to introduce themselves and tell us about your companies and what y'all do, please.
Okay, hello. Hey y'all, welcome to Austin, Texas. I am Tiffany Washington, but in my community, in my neighborhood here, they call me Farmer Nancy. I own and operate the only Black-owned urban farm in the city of Austin, Texas, Travis County. I am so proud of that. We've been in operation for about 5 years now. We were able to move into the property that we were initially leasing. We were leasing a portion of the property, but now we're able to farm on the entire 1.25 acres. And I'm just excited to be here. I am a born and raised Austinite. My family has been here in Austin for over about 180 years. So I am a part of that freedmen farming, free slave community descendant. And I'm excited to be here, yeah, so that's me.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Viraj. I'm here from New York. I co-founded a company called Gotham Greens, which is an urban farming company. Appreciate that. We started the company about 12 years ago in Brooklyn. We built a small rooftop greenhouse to grow salad greens to sell to local restaurants and supermarkets in New York City. And it's been really exciting over the last 12 years. We've now grown to have 13 greenhouse farms across 9 states, growing leafy greens that are for sale in supermarkets around the country. And we have, proudly have about 600 urban farmers now working in our greenhouses. Great to be here.
Hi, I'm Jacob Pechenik, the founder and CEO of Let Us Grow. Let Us Grow is about 7 years old. We make it super fun and stress-free for everyone to grow their own food at home. That means all of you, without requiring a green thumb or having time, experience, or that much knowledge in how to do it. We launched our first product called the Farm Stand 4 years ago, which is a hydroponic growing system, and we just launched its new, younger, cuter sister 2 days ago, called the Farm Stand Nook. The secret sauce of making it all work is that we have a network of farms across the country that grow baby plants, and we ship those plants directly to your door, and then you put those plants in the farm stands and they do the rest of the work so that you have a very delicious, reliable, healthy harvest in 3 weeks. And so the result is not only the yummy produce that you're going to eat, but you also save 98% of the water, 99% of the emissions with a conventional food through the store.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mark Oshima. As was shared, I'm one of the co-founders of Aero Farms. We've been one of the pioneers for indoor vertical farming. Our global headquarters are in Newark, New Jersey, and we actually have operations throughout the U.S. and then also in the Middle East. And our products can be enjoyed nationwide as well. So this idea of, how do we think differently about not only local production, but year-round production. The idea that we can really focus on flavor, we can focus on nutrient density. One of the things that we're really excited about is not only the work we're doing with our large-scale commercial farms, we have a whole series of community farms that are part of different inner-city schools, different housing projects, as well as community centers. So making that connection with the food. So it's really exciting to hear from our other fellow panelists as well about how we can help build this community of engaged eaters and consumers. So excited to be here.
That sounds all awesome. And so this is a two-part question. Why did y'all feel the need to start what you're doing, and how are y'all helping this sort of state of urban farming right now? Whoever wants to go first.
I did not come from a farming background at all. Growing up in two of the nation's largest cities, New York and Chicago, as a child. But I was always drawn to sort of environmental sustainability, and in my early part of my career, I worked in clean technology, broadly speaking. So renewable energy, I was all about sort of solar and wind, and thought my career would be spent helping to expand those, clean sources of energy for the 21st century and beyond. And it was while working at an engineering firm in New York City that I got staffed on a small hydroponic greenhouse project. I had no idea what hydroponics were. I had never even thought about the food system, where the food that I was eating, where really came from. And that led to some research about how enormous the climate crisis is impacting our food system and how unsustainable it really is from a natural resource consumption. Agriculture is responsible for 70% of the fresh water that we consume on the planet. It's responsible. It uses about 2/3 of the land that we have on the planet. And yet, we're malnourished, we have diet-related diseases, we're not eating enough fruits and vegetables, and there's just so many other issues. We heard about worker welfare and so many other things, and it felt like this was a great technology to use to grow produce using less land, less water, less shipping and emissions, and it seemed like a really great technological solution to put better food on the plate. And then at the time, this is sort of in the early 2000s, or mid-2000s, aughts, I guess, seeing that consumers suddenly were waking up to the awareness of food issues. Farmers markets started to become popular, and community gardens suddenly were going through more of a renaissance, and chefs were talking about where they were sourcing their ingredients, and it felt like a really opportune time to launch a little startup to grow produce in New York. And two more anecdotes, and I'll hand it to my panelists. In New York City, you have 9 million people in New York. You have 25 million in the metro area, and it's responsible for 10 to 15% of all the leafy greens that are consumed in the United States, right? And 99% of them at the time were being grown in drought-stricken areas of California and Arizona, spending almost 40 gallons of water to grow a single head of lettuce, and then having to ship it all across the country. It felt like, hey, if we can grow the same head of lettuce using 3 gallons of water, and we don't have to ship it across the country, that would be really a compelling, a benefit for people. And the second one was I was eating at an Italian restaurant in Brooklyn, and this was when I was researching the business and writing the business plan, and I asked the waiter where the basil had come from, and the waiter had no idea. I was like, no one's asked me that before. I gotta go ask the chef or something. And later at the end of the meal, he came over and said, oh, I found out from our manager that this basil is actually grown in Israel. So the basil has been grown in Israel, flown to the United States, and that's what's making it onto my dinner plate. And that was really kind of when the idea for the business was born, is there's a better way to do it here locally.
Right, so I started farming because I'm a service-disabled combat veteran, first of all, and so one of the things I was doing was gardening for my own therapy, and I think that as I got into the gardening, I just started asking myself, what does this look like on a larger scale? And then I looked around my community, and I didn't see any farmers that looked like me. That was just a real thing, and so for me, that turned into like talking to my family members about, like our history and stuff. And then they started talking about when they were, on farms. And I'm like, farming and stuff. So I just kind of started diving into it. And it just became something that really stuck with me. I think I just have a green thumb. And so from there, I just wanted to grow more. And I needed more space. And so I attended Farm Share Austin and did their 18-week farmer starter program, and then after that I was able to link up with a landowner who was willing to allow me to farm on their property. It's kind of like shared earth, and then I just been farming from there, and I think that for me it was the disconnection that I saw Black people in our community have from agriculture. We've lost this education and this knowledge in agriculture. And so for me, being able to stand in front of my community and inspire them to grow food and, who is that? Who is she? Look, I love your garden. I'm like, this is a farm. And everybody's always like, what? And I'm like, yeah. So, and then to kind of take the stigmatism off of, slavery and Black people and farming and stuff like that. I'm like, no, we have to feed ourselves. And I think that we've had just such this disconnection from food within marginalized and vulnerable communities that it's just, we get left behind. So for me, it's just been all about starting a farm where I call it Big Ag, to be inspired to grow and affirm greatness when it comes to Black agriculture. So that's why I'm here.
It all started for me about 7 years ago or 8 years ago when I learned I was going to be a dad and was really conscious about the food that we were eating and saw chemicals in almost everything, and it was like, let's just eat food as nature intended. Just let's get organic produce. And I was just incredibly shocked by the price point and how just the disparity of kind of junk food and really good food. And that led me to, I went down a rabbit hole and ended up running with two partners an aquaponics farm here in Austin. And the idea was to grow produce as efficiently as possible with zero waste and zero chemicals, all organic. And I learned how tough farming is. It's incredibly tough, so kudos to every farmer out there. But the two things that really stuck with me is, one, every time someone came to the farm, it was like they were falling in love for the first time. And that was the feeling I had when I pulled the first turnip out of the ground and had a bite. It was just an incredible feeling, and I wanted everyone to have that feeling. And the second thing was, I realized that the hardest part of the whole thing wasn't growing the product, it was getting it from the farm to the people. Because we had to put this beautiful head of lettuce where we use no chemicals, plastic, anything like that, and we had to put it in a plastic clamshell and then put that in a box and then put that in a refrigerated truck, and then that went to a distribution center, and then it sat there for a while, then it went to in another truck to a store, and the product that's at the store is not the same product that we shipped. It was like floppy. It wasn't like crispy anymore. It didn't taste as good. It lost a lot of its nutritional content, and half of it would go bad, on the way before anyone ever eats it. So it's a huge disservice to the farmer, it's a disservice to the consumer, and it's a disservice to the environment because, the 40 gallons of water that just got wasted. So that's what really led me to start Let Us Grow, which was rethinking through the model of distributing fresh food while also reconnecting with the individual and letting everyone have that, get a little glimpse of that experience of growing their own food at home.
For me, it was my background. I have headed marketing for supermarkets as well as for specialty food retailers, and seeing firsthand that consumers' interest that people just highlighted in terms of where is their food coming from, how is it prepared, how is it sourced, but more importantly, how is it grown, and seeing an opportunity to be able to be on the producer side, and that was really very seminal in thinking about a new way of farming. It was also work I did for the food bank for New York City. So Viraj just talked about some of the challenges that we see just within that system. If 1 out of 5 people are facing issues in terms of access to food, we have to do better. We have to think differently about our food system. How do we increase access? And so that's always been a key foundation in thinking about founding Aero Farms. We came together from day one, mission-driven. We're a certified B Corporation, and thinking about, again, not only the environment, but also our team members, fair wages, benefits, and how we grow. But increasing access to that healthy food is really a core part of what we're trying to do. And so that's really been exciting for us to think about, again, how do we imagine, but use technology so we can help address some of the things that even Jacob has talked about in terms of, that quality, that shelf life, how to make sure we accentuate the flavor, that nutrient density as well. The control and precision we can have within our growing systems allows us to be able to think about what we call a growing algorithm, and it allows us to be able to be that much more efficient, up to 95% less water, 0 pesticides, but more importantly, have that high quality all year round, and so be able to offer those choices. So it's leveraging technology to reimagine, again, the food system and think about, again, the kind of impact we can have.
And it sounds like the common thing between y'all is that we want people to reconnect with their food and where it's coming from in a sustainable, localized way, too. And I feel like urban farming has come a long way since everyone started during your respective times. But what are some issues that you still see now in the urban farming worlds that should be addressed and that y'all are trying to work on?
I think that, honestly, it's establishing the fact that there is a such thing as urban farms. I think that, like, these fellas up here, they got big, big businesses, Laugh, y'all. I did not come here to be stiff at all. So, these fellas up here, these are your examples of, like, big farm money, like, local community farm money. So Farmer Nancy is just, like, in the community, in your local neighborhood. We growing veg. When you walk by and you look hungry, here goes a tomato, I got you. So the problems are people don't know where these farms are. He just literally said, when you go to Agua Dulce, you didn't know it was there, and you get excited. You be like, it's a whole farm here with fish tanks, and they raising fish and growing poppies out here, and people don't know, so, and then that's another thing, the disconnect in the cultures and the demographics and the people who actually have access to the knowledge of agriculture. It's just a huge thing for me when it comes to the city of Austin. And I don't think it's unique to Austin when it comes to a lot of big cities who are pushing green eating or green initiatives, even with the climate. You don't see them really do outreach to a lot of marginalized communities. The community that my farm serves, it's just kind of left out to what the handouts, what comes along or what they can get. There isn't anybody who's specifically growing food for the community. A lot of the food that's grown in our communities goes to restaurants and, bigger commercial things. It's not, no one's like, I'm gonna grow this food and it's gonna specifically go from my urban farm across the street to this grocery store and out into the community. And I'm fortunate enough to have my farm across the street from a grocery store. It's a La Marqueta. So it goes from black to brown out into vulnerable communities, and that's just a big conversation we don't have with urban farming. And when we rethink it, I feel like we really have to add some pepper and the salt.
One thing I'll say is, urban farming is in some ways a really nice, beautiful umbrella term for many different types of activities, right? That's something that's really important. You've got amazing classroom gardens, right? My good friend Stephen Ritz here with Green Bronx Machine, right? Getting small farms into the classrooms of youngsters, right? So they can learn about how food tastes, how you grow it, the science, the biology, nutrition, all sorts of pedagogical benefits. You've got community farms that are really providing a need of food for people who don't have access to food. You've got community activities. They can be community gathering places. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you can have commercial scale urban farms that are serving big institutions and big supermarkets. So there's many different applications and types of urban farmings, and there's many crossover benefits, but I think they're all sort of rooted, no pun intended, in this common desire to bring us closer to our food system and to improve diets and improve the health of the planet. Now, in terms of challenges, I will say that even though there's such a huge variety of types of urban farming projects, I think one common thread, which is a challenge, is kind of the regulatory landscape. Zoning and regulations and ordinances can be challenging in your local village, town, city, state, federal level, right? And it's really no one's fault. It's just that as we've sort of modernized as a society, agriculture has moved out of cities and into more rural areas. So now when someone in a city says, I want to have chickens in my backyard, or I want to keep bees, or I want to farm on my rooftop, or I want to farm in that empty lot across the street, one is often faced with a lot of barriers, right? You just can't do it. And some of the barriers are for good reason, right? You don't want to farm in contaminated soil, for example. You want to make sure there's food safety practices are good, especially if you're feeding people. So overall, I think one of the biggest challenges is the regulatory environment. But the good news is that because urban farming has gone through this renaissance over the last 20 years, policymakers, entrepreneurs, community activists, academics are all sort of making a lot of noise about this, and you've started to see dozens of cities and municipalities around the country update all their regulations and ordinances to allow for different types of urban farming projects.
I tend to focus on the urban farms getting their produce to market, and I think it's incredibly difficult because you look at the grocery stores and they want to deal with very large corporations like industrialized ag. It's a lot easier for them to deal with the inventory and purchasing and things like that. But if you look at all the farms around here, there's enough to serve the local population, or at least a large majority of it. I think where the issue is the consumer, because the consumer's not asking questions when they go to the store, when they go eat at the restaurant. They're not saying, where did this come from? And they're not demanding it. And because they're not demanding it or asking for it, the funds aren't flowing to bring the infrastructure into place to get the food to market. With Let Us Grow, what I think we're doing more than helping people grow their own food is we're growing little farmers. And we have now grown over 100,000 farmers across the country. They're not only, they're growing a portion of their own food, but they're still eating out. But now they feel empowered and qualified to have an opinion as to where the rest of their food comes from and how it was grown. And they're also more mindful about things like waste. So that's what I hope then creates kind of the economic demand and the cover for all the small local farms to benefit from just people caring more and more about their food. An analogy or anecdote, I think, is like with, a long time ago in the 70s, there was like 3 different beer companies, and they all tasted the same, kind of like yellow fizzy water. But then people started brewing their own beer at home and started to really care about the hops or the barley and the different technique and things like that. And now, what do you have? Breweries didn't go away. Now there's thousands of microbreweries here because people really value the beer. They value the taste and where it came from. And I think we need to do the same thing with food so that people value and respect the local farms that have grown the food.
I think is what's been highlighted, education is really key here. And so what we want to try to do is think about, how do we really amplify the different stories that we're hearing here, not only for the consumer, but for our customer, the selling partner, but also that regulatory environment. So one of the things that AeroFarms did, and actually with Gotham Greens as well as some other indoor growers, we came together to form something called the CEA Alliance. That's the Controlled Environment Agriculture Alliance. And now that's representing, the industry to help really be able to set standards, certifications, but work closely on policy, work closely on food safety, and work closely on the Hill in terms of being able to help increase awareness. We're talking about things like with the upcoming Farm Bill. Last year, I had the chance to testify for the House Ag Committee. First time an indoor grower had that platform. So this is exciting in terms of thinking about how do we share that story? What are the venues? I think there's more opportunity for us to come together.
That sounds amazing, yeah. And sort of along those lines, because y'all also touched upon this, considering the pandemic and wars in Ukraine and inflation, I feel like a lot of people are turning to urban farming, sort of returning to like, oh wait, I can do this myself, or like I can help contribute to that. I'd love to hear a little bit more about that from y'all.
Right, so especially when it came to like COVID and the pandemic and stuff like that, I was just kind of like, in my own little farm groove. But once you saw that panic and everybody's like, where are we gonna get our food? Where's the food coming from? Everybody's seeking out farmers and stuff, they start to look for you. And I think that's when I was able to really get the support for my small farm as far as funding went, because I crowdfund my farm. I bootstrapped it and crowdfunded it from the very start. And I think that when it came to the pandemic and people wanting to grow their own food, I think that a lot of people didn't realize it's expensive being a farmer. You know what I'm saying? I gotta work gigs. I'm out here lifting, Amazon Flex and all that. So we gotta be able to pay for amendments and soils and just being a part of urban agriculture. As he said, there's so many different things that fall under this one umbrella. And so just being able to even afford to be a part of it, I think is a big deal. And you can kind of get caught up, I think, and lost in the movement part, because it becomes a hobby for people. People are kind of like hobby farming and kind of like wanting to do all of this other stuff. But when you're really talking about urban agriculture and growing food and feeding people who are hungry, or feeding people who are in need, or just teaching education to little children at school. My farm is literally 30 seconds away from Pecan Springs Elementary School, right? And so they have their garden programs and stuff like that that you want to be a part of. You want the kids to be able to come and participate in an after-school program around agriculture and go home and be able to tell their families, but you also want them to be able to cook the food, so you want to leave them with recipes and stuff like that. So I think that all around, I think the pandemic really showed people that we do need to get out into our front yards, and we do need to spend time out in nature, put our hands in the soil, and be able to grow food. And not just food, we can grow textiles and stuff. I grow loofah, and I like to use the sponges, and just different value-added products that can change our lives, We need to be growing hemp out here. It's legal in Texas. Y'all better get it together. Y'all need to know what's going on. We need to start investing in farmers and really push them out there, especially the black ones.
So in our experience, the pandemic was, from a getting products to market standpoint, I think it actually helped in, benefit the benefits or highlight the benefits of more localized agriculture, right? So our company, straight up, I'll tell you, 90% of our sales go to big supermarkets, okay? But 10 years ago when we started, the supermarkets would barely talk to us, right? But then they were like, oh, okay, the product's fresher, we get it. Consumers want more locally grown product. Okay, we'll give you a little bit, we'll give you one spot on the shelf, right? We have, there's like 200, facings of lettuce in, say, a supermarket, and they're like, okay, we'll give you one. Now that's sort of grown to 10. But to the point you were making earlier, 90% of it is big industrial agriculture companies, right? So when the pandemic happened, all these supermarkets are calling us desperately to say, can you give us more product, right? Because people were rushing to the grocery store, pantry loading. There was a lot of panic going on, right? And there was no farm workers in the fields, ironically, in California because of obvious reasons. And so they couldn't sort of just call a truck in California and say, ship me over a truck of lettuce. So now if you walk into a supermarket in New York City, middle of March, end of March 2020, 50% of that produce section is like our product and our fellow local urban farmers' products, right? So I think that was really eye-opening to the big supermarkets to say, hey, these guys might be onto something. We heard a lot about supply chain. What is local urban farming? It's supply chain. It's supply chain resiliency.
You got the pandemic, Ukraine war, water shortages, E. coli outbreaks, all kinds of things. I think it all points to the future of food production needs to involve the consumer. It must be much closer to the home. For us, I think solar panels for food. It's not going to supply everything, but it's going to augment a very big portion. And we make it super easy to do so. And if you guys are considering it, you should do it now. We've been impacted by what's going on with Silicon Valley Bank, and so now's the time to start growing.
Yeah, the pandemic definitely put a spotlight on the challenges and how fragile our food system is, and really the idea that you really have centralized production, whether it's here in the U.S. or in other regions around the world. What we're seeing is that it's independent of that. Now with Mother Nature increasing issues around climate change, you talked a little bit about the food safety. We had major issues with drought, but now we have major issues with too much water in California. There's actually flooding in all the fields in Salinas right now as we speak. It's affecting the planting. Just like last year, there was a major lettuce shortage because of increased pest pressure and disease. There's going to be major shortages in lettuce because they can't do the plantings, right? So these are just realities of more and more unpredictability. So how to normalize that? The idea of indoor growing can be one of the solutions to help think about a different way of approaching this.
Thanks, y'all, so much. We are running out of time, and I'm so sorry about that. I really appreciate everyone for talking about your experiences and sharing it with the audience. Thanks, everyone, for being here. And then I think...
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Woo, thank you to our panel. If you can talk off stage. I want to reiterate something that Farmer Tiffany said. I always enjoy listening to her, but she said something very important, and that farming can't be a hobby. It has to be a profession, and we need policies to change that. And she said we need to invest in farmers, and we need to invest in black and brown farmers. We need to invest in women farmers. This is not an option. If we ignore these folks, we do so at our own peril. So I want to thank that panel again. Please give them a round of applause. And I'm really excited to turn to our next panel. Many of us have heard the term greenwashing. A lot of us probably use it. But lately, I think some of us have been thinking of this idea of green wishing as we see companies make commitments for 2040 or 2050. When I'm worried, with the climate emergency, that the world is already on fire. We need companies to do a lot of different things, but we also need to understand the challenges that they're facing. And I don't think that gets talked about enough. So we split this next set of panels into two, businesses doing more than green wishing. And for the first portion of this conversation, I have the true honor of inviting what I consider some of my best friends in this space to be. So I'd like to introduce our moderator first, the amazing Natalie Byrne, the founder of Blank Space. Denise Osterhughes is the Senior Director of Sustainability and Social Impact at Kroger. Rihanna Lynn, the founder and scientist for Journey Foods. Alejandra Sanchez, the Sustainability and Social Impact Marketing Manager at Driscoll's. And the wonderful Emily Ma, Head of Food for Good at Google, to the stage. Please give them a round of applause.
Hello. Wow, this is so exciting. I'm having such a good time at South by this week. I know we've all been in lots of conversations. This one's special. It's special because we do not often get a behind-the-scenes look at what's really going on in so many of these companies and the warriors who are fighting to make the work that we want to see happen. So this panel, Businesses Doing More Than Green Wishing. I mean, what a great title. And we're going to start right with that, because what is green wishing? I think we made it up, That is my favorite thing to do. We know greenwashing, right? When you have something that you see, like a marketing campaign, isn't tied to real impact. It's a way to tug at heartstrings, but what is it doing? And why are we doing that? Green wishing, on the other hand, is how I see it, is putting a stake in the ground and saying, I want to have this huge goal by 2050. And then in the time it takes to move a company that's like a cruise ship towards that direction, all along the way being, challenged as you should, but there's a difference between constructive criticism and just throwing tomatoes, really, darts. Some people might say like they're being shot at by fireworks. Really, how are we actually balancing this work and creating a future that business can be profitable and making a difference? So we're going to dive into this, and I would love if the panel would go down, introduce yourself, talk about your organization, how it fits in the food ecosystem, and maybe with that little prompt I just had on green wishing, how it's been showing up for you. Yes.
Hi, everybody. Denise Osterhus. So I lead sustainability and social impact for Kroger, grocery retailer. If those of you here know us, we're in about 36 states, but growing through our Kroger delivery system now that's expanding. So my world is leading our ESG team, and so environmental, social, and governance topics, and helping lead our ESG strategy. So that is the main way we show up in terms of what we decide to do and on what timeline is, we have 3 pillars: people, planet, and systems, and a very broad portfolio of specific topics in that platform. And so we make decisions every day about what we're going to do based on kind of balancing the trade-offs and priorities, and in kind of reflecting feedback and engagement from our stakeholders of all types. I'll leave it there for now.
And it's been great. I'm Rihanna Lynn. I'm a scientist and founder, actually Austin-based entrepreneur here, so very excited to see some local faces and also folks that have descended into the city. I've worked with pretty much everyone on this stage in some capacity. We at Journey Foods work with startups, but also global organizations on improving their nutrition and sustainability goals, but with actionable insights around supply chain and cost so that we can move the needle faster to better products and better planet, especially in the packaged processed food industry, which has recently eclipsed about $3 trillion globally. What's most exciting about not only this panel, and the reason why I joined, is because we need to have honest conversations about how we include startups and a variety of diverse strategies and insights into moving and impacting a lot of food systems that are quite complex. For me and at Journey Foods, we really focus on manufacturing and packaged products. We less so touch the farm, but we also are thinking about, and I'm thinking about as someone who has worked in different parts of the industry, pretty much all parts of the industry, how we can glean from all of these conversations and make sure that we're keeping more equitable and just solutions that impact every part of the value chain. But I'm super excited to be here today. Thank you.
Hi, Alejandra Sanchez with Driscoll's, and I'm the Social Responsibility and Sustainability Marketing Manager. So for those of you that aren't familiar with Driscoll's, we're based in the Central Coast of California in Watsonville, and we're the world's leading berry company of strawberries, blueberries, blackberries, and raspberries. However, we are not the farmer ourselves. We proudly partner with about 900 farmers across 22 countries. But we do, however, develop our own patented varieties with a focus on flavor using only natural breeding methods. And so my role specifically, and why I'm excited to be on this team is so before joining Driscoll's, I had about 9 years experience of ag sustainability and running the operational programs. And so I'm now on the other side of the table and sitting on a consumer-facing brand and in marketing specifically. So my role now is really about not so much of what the commitments are going to be that we set as an organization, but working really closely with those teams to determine the how and when and where we're really going to communicate that, so that it's not overly rushed, or that it's appropriate for the right audiences, so that also we're not missing out of like of losing consumer trust or pushing something out before maybe our growers are ready. So excited to talk more about that today.
Hi everyone, my name is Emily Ma. I work for a company called Google. It's okay if you don't know who we are. We are a tech company. We try to provide accurate, neutral information when you ask for it on the internet. We do a lot more other things too, and it tends that we work a lot with food organizations. And so, and above and beyond that, we also have our own food operations inside of Google. So in 170 cities in the world, we serve about 300,000 meals a day. So those three dimensions, right? We have to, if you are searching for a chicken recipe, we try to give you a really good chicken recipe on the internet. So that's number one, and enabling everyone. Number two, we support our partners like Denise, like Alejandro at Kroger and Driscoll's in various ways. And then number three, we serve our own staff. So we get involved in food in many different ways. I'm the head of Food for Good. I serve a catalyzing function, which means I go across the company. We're about 170,000 people, and I find ways where we can collaborate across these three domains effectively and share best practices with our partners, with everyone. Greenwashing is a really interesting sort of name, I think, and for me, Google generally tends to not talk about anything until we have a pretty good plan to get there or we've already done it. No good deed gets unpunished, and so we tend to be very quiet about what we do until we're almost done. So for me, greenwashing is this challenge of being ambitious enough with our goal setting, and I'll talk a little bit about the food waste goals that we were able to set in 2022 with the support of Kroger and Refed and other organizations, while also being able to execute to the plan, right? So we want to get at least 75% to a goal to be able to make the goal because we have a good plan behind it, but maybe stretch it a little bit so that we have something to strive for, because who knows what's going to be invented in the next 10 years that we don't even know about yet, that we could put into play 3 years from now. So greenwashing is maybe the opposite of like good goal setting for me. It's like, I know many people out there want us to set more ambitious goals, but there's a reason why we might be setting slightly less ambitious goals, is because we truly don't want to be just wishing for something to happen. We want to be actually making it happen.
You bring up such a good point, because it's really, how are we not allowing perfection to get in the way of progress? How do we keep moving companies forward towards these big goals that seem in many ways unattainable? Denise, you and I were chatting earlier about some of the bigger goals that you guys have set, and then you step back as a company and say, how are we going to get there? Will you speak a little bit about that?
Sure. I mean, that's part of the work that I do with my team is, and I tell our stakeholders and civil society and advocacy groups, like, I am your internal champion. I'm the one with my team trying to work within our lines of business to make things happen that maybe are not related directly to selling the groceries. So, the business, as you can imagine, has a very big and rich and deep and ambitious business agenda. Lots of priorities around selling the groceries, and that includes work with all of our suppliers, which, as you can imagine, is a pretty big number of organizations that we work with in order to get things to our shelves so that we can all have affordable, fresh, and nutritious food at home. So I think a lot of the work is trying to, and Emily mentioned it too, be both aspirational and achievable in our goal setting. So we try and think of both. So it doesn't help us anymore. I think we used to be more willing to set big goals without a defined roadmap. And part of it was because we want to do all the things. Like, we do. And we are asked to do a lot of things, probably by many of you here. So there are a lot of people who want us to do all of the things. And some of the advocacy groups are very single issue focused. Well, our portfolio of topics is huge. And the spectrum of things that we manage, both for people and our planet, and to help create a more equitable, fair, sustainable food system, that list of topics is enormous. So we do have to set priorities, and we have to balance all of the trade-offs between the things that we decide to do. So that goal-setting process has become more rigorous and more integrated within our lines of business, which is a really good thing. We call it operationalizing ESG, which means that we go to our senior officers and leadership team and say, we think we need to do these things. How can you help us get them done? What is achievable and reasonable? And the one example I would give is Kroger, we have not set a net zero target because I don't know how to do that. And we've been under a lot of pressure to say those two words, whether hyphenated or not, I don't know. But we have resisted a little bit because we're struggling, I shouldn't say struggling, but it's really hard to do our current 2030 goal for scope 1 and 2 emissions, which is a 30% reduction from our 2018 baseline. Even that roadmap is incredibly complex and challenging. So I don't know what's going to happen by 2040 and 2050, and I don't want to just wish for something to happen without having a pretty concrete roadmap and at least a really good start. I don't know if I'll get 75% like Emily, but I would love to have more defined goals and milestones to make us all feel better about that commitment.
I would add on to that and just say that 2 points. Having before always been on the receiving end as a B2B, we really appreciate that because you know that they're really well intended, but you can also get really disillusioned with the constant stop and go of commitments. And when you're so close, and what on our business model, like with Driscoll's, it's so interdependent with the growers that their success and their or their mistakes, just like ours, it's a really interdependent ecosystem right there. That if we took those steps without really knowing what the process is, you don't just lose consumer trust, but you lose trust internally, you lose trust with your growers, you lose trust with leadership, that it could be really damaging in the long run. So I think I would, just appreciate actually that thoughtfulness for the goal setting. And I know that that's the pressure on the outside of just to say those two words.
And I'm honest that you brought that up, Denise, and said that you don't know what you're doing or how to figure it out, because I would say that, and we were starting to have this conversation backstage about sort of the complexities of the food system. One of the reasons why I wanted to go into AI for food is because we really don't even know what we're doing today, right? Humans are great at food, but we're not great at food for 8 billion people.
Yes.
We're killing our bodies, we're killing our planet right now, and so we need to just figure out today and tomorrow.
Yes.
And I wanted you to really bring up the quote around building systems and tracking today for the systems that you have in just operating for employees at Google.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, and actually I want to go to you specifically, Rihanna, on the idea that so many of these positions have an entrepreneurial mindset, even in these large organizations, because they're innovating for the future. So I think it's a sort of a misnomer that they're working with huge teams. They're actually pushing and helping innovate. Again, these really large organizations. You are an entrepreneur who started a food tech business. Would you just speak a little bit to the why you started that and your experience working with some of the larger companies?
Yeah, I mean, one, I'm happy you said that, because we need more entrepreneurship in a lot of these companies, and more of these companies, Kroger, Google, have brought and supported companies like Journey Foods, and as we build out our tech stack and build out the data that we need to help other companies solve some of these issues. I am from, sort of a third generation food person, whether it be a farmer or food or a restaurateur. I started and went to school to be a scientist when I quickly realized I didn't want to be stuck in a lab, and I wanted to do things sort of outside and in more fun systems and really impact the culture of food. And so I've been and started restaurants and CPG companies and worked also on the venture side as well. And most of the time that I spent with those experiences, especially even some of the most venture-backed companies, had a really hard time scaling their products and their ideas and their goals. Companies like Beyond Meat, they're churning out products now, but I mean, the first 8 years of operations, they took 5 years to get the breakfast sausage out.
Yeah.
They're like, why take pricing and supply chain and sort of nutrition density that they were looking for to compete. And I think that many companies have been pretty bloated in how they think of R&D and sort of movement, and I'm really happy that even in the work and inspiration of bringing that entrepreneurial mindset to some of these companies. And I really wanted you to quote that, sort of how you brought in the team, the small team, to like build out some of the tracking systems within Google. And I know you've been so passionate about like blockchain and supporting different solutions within the space.
So what Brianne hasn't said is that she was at Google at one point too, so she inherently understands how to work in a large corporation. And for those of you who want to impact some of these large companies like the ones that we work at, get on the inside. It actually will benefit you to understand how much it takes to get an approval to even share data with an organization on the outside, or to work with an organization on the outside once you're on the inside. And so kudos to you for having that part of your chapter of your life. So internally for us, you might think, wow, Google's a really big tech company. We definitely have our data and tech around our food services sorted out. It's still really hard. I'm still manually sorting through our trash on a regular basis to audit it and understand what's in it. We are putting sensors on our dumpsters. We are doing all this work, and food is just hard, right? I was telling a story yesterday about how in other industries it's actually a little easier to measure. So let's just take water, right? Every one of our buildings has a water meter, so you can kind of monitor the usage already and set goals to that. Food is just hard to measure, right? You can see what the inputs are going into your kitchens. You can look at what the outputs are in terms of compost, but there's a lot of lossiness in the system that makes it very hard to track. And so I give huge kudos to big food companies and small ones in the work that they do, because the food supply chain is just inherently difficult for data and tech to implant itself. So huge kudos to all of you for the work that you do.
Well, and Emily, just to stay with you for a minute, I think there's also a misconception that you being at Google with over 100,000 employees, are conducting an orchestra of support.
That's funny.
Right? And, in the news recently, the tech industry experienced massive layoffs. And a lot of that actually hit diversity and impact work specifically. Do you mind just talking a little bit about what that transition's been like for you?
It's just me now. You can take that comment as however you want. So I'm staying because I believe I can make way more impact at Google on your behalf than if I left. Because I know that when a decision is made at a Google, we have gone through 100 different approvals and everything has been vetted. And then when it gets launched, it reaches 1 billion people.
Yeah.
So I'm super proud of an example of this like a year and a half ago when my former team, recognized that some of our search results for people searching for Find Food Pantry were not as accurate as they could be. And we basically showed the data to a couple of other teams at Google and said, wow, look at this. Like, Americans are looking for access to free food at a significant rate. We got to go clean it up. But it took us a year to get all the approvals, get all the people aligned, and then we cleaned it all up. It took 100 people to do that. So please be patient with me.
Yes.
It takes time, but we will make change.
And I think a piece of that, so I lead an impact strategy firm working with brands and leaders on this work, and then we call it the do and the say. What are we doing, and actually how are we telling the world about it in an authentic way to move industry? Alejandra, wearing a hat in marketing, I think bringing the consumers along is something that is super important, because this is our community and we want them to be a part of the journey. Would you speak a little bit about how that's been and how you think about impact as an extension of the values of the brand?
Yeah. I think, especially coming from an operations background to marketing, I do feel like I carry a little bit of that responsibility and just like accountability through that. And I think what I've tried to bring to this role is just trying to, have people understand that, especially with sustainability, and at the end of the day, there's a lot of things that we're also doing that, or all of us are doing, that is trying to create behavioral change. And language can be such a barrier to that. And in sustainability, it is a very subset of just like, niche professionals. But you're trying to reach such a wide audience to accelerate, that change. So it's constantly telling us of like, on one side of the spectrum, you have science communication, and on the other side, you have an extreme is just, complete greenwashing. And so somewhere in the middle is this sweet spot of strategic storytelling, and so I've like drank the Kool-Aid now, and for storytelling. But I know it to be true of just like you need to bring consumers along, and I think that that's just a different form. I loved hearing from Vital Farms of like the hens behind the lens,
Yes.
And the chick cams. Those are great. I think that
Oh,
those
I
are all.
read the little newspaper about what Lucy the hen did last
I
week.
want to know. I want to know. And it's just like this different level, I think, of like radical transparency that consumers really need. And consumers are very demanding, but they're also very understanding if you're honest with them. So I think for us, especially, like our big challenge is going to be bringing consumers along the packaging journey. Packaging and recycling in the US is extremely complex. And it's not a one answer of just like, it varies by state, it varies by county, it's so complex. And I'm looking forward to being able to like bring our consumers along on that journey and explaining we do look at alternative materials, but we're also looking at just how to recover more PET thermoforms because it's a great product to ship more berries fresh and quality to people. But somewhere in there is going to be a strategic storytelling when you're bringing the consumers along and showing of also being honest of why things failed. I think we hear a lot about the really big commitments, and those are great, and they generate so much excitement. But I would be curious to see if people would also share of when someone did set a net zero commitment or 100% regenerative ag, and when and where it failed, and explaining the why so that more brands could learn from that.
And Denise, I think this ties to the ESG backlash conversation in the macro around, we bring people to the table, we bring activists to the table, we bring nonprofits to the table, we bring government to the table to really build towards these goals, and often these conversations end up being major hurdles. People who are partners become adversaries. Will you speak a little bit about, the macro around that, and something you and I talk about with what is the economics of this situation?
Yeah, well, I think this conversation about consumers is part of this. So there is a lot of conversation always, but increasingly polarizing in terms of what companies should do and maybe what they should not do. And we at Kroger, we've tried to design our strategy to be very comprehensive, thoughtful, informed by engagement with our stakeholders, putting people first, and that gives us the confidence to set really bold goals, but also know that we can achieve most of them and still have to have some innovation to figure out the rest. But in this crazy world we live in, our customers this year are still struggling to make ends meet. So we have a very price-sensitive customer. Our customers want value, they want affordability, they need to stretch their budget in a year like this, especially. And so we are also putting them first much of the time. So while we want to introduce new, innovative products that are more sustainable, more equitably produced, we have to balance that with the need to maintain a wide range of choices and affordability for people just trying to make ends meet. So I think that's that balancing the portfolio, still trying to be a responsible company and trying to support innovators, trying to help our suppliers and bring them along on the journey with us, but not just send you must do this all the time down the line, because that affects growers, farmers, local producers who are also trying to do the right thing. So I think we just have to give everyone a little grace and maybe not yell at everyone or yell at each other quite as often. I can take it, I've gotten very accustomed to it, but I'm also trying to advocate for the change internally, and that's why I stay at a company like Kroger, by the way, because it's really an exciting space to be in, and we can drive change. And operating as Kroger, we have an opportunity and a responsibility to drive change in a positive direction. But we do need to be a little bit patient, especially when we have something like a global pandemic that no one predicted. And we're still trying to kind of catch up and regain that momentum. So that's kind of the goal or the framing that we think about every day.
And this is the truth, right? These are your partners in making this work happen. As you can see, we have a lot to talk about here and could really keep going. I'm gonna pull all of them together and put a little blueprint of best practices that we can share with everybody on how to do this work. And sad that the time's out. Thank you guys so much for being real with us about the challenges.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to that wonderful panel of powerful women. While they exit, I just need to thank a few more partners, including Yolele Foods, who we will hear from in just a few minutes, Endangered Species Chocolate Company, Honolulu Water, and Tony's Chocolonely. I also hope that everyone in this room and online is using the hashtag Food Tank. Please share your thoughts and comments, and we will share them throughout the day. We're now going to move on to the second part of our conversation around green wishing, looking at ways companies are working to create products that are delicious, healthy, and good for the planet. Joining us, we have Chef Pierre Thiam, the founder and president of Yolele, and founder of executive chef of Turanga. We also have Kathleen Strand, the head of communications at Builders Vision. I also want to thank Builders Vision for supporting our program and making today possible. They are rock stars. Thank you. We also have Jess Baum, the Senior Director of Regenerative Impact at Bonterra Organic Estates, and our moderator, Teresa Welsh, who is a senior reporter for DavX. Please join me in welcoming them all. More applause, more applause.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope we're not getting you in your post-lunch food coma, but hopefully you've all been enjoying the snacks outside. It's such a pleasure to be here with all of you and with our panel for the second half of the Green Wishing. So we heard on that first panel from some pretty big companies, some corporate names that you likely have heard of, and I'm really pleased to be here with some folks that perhaps you haven't heard of and to hear about how green wishing is operating in different aspects of the food system. So I'm so pleased to be here with you all. And Pierre, I'd love to start right with you. Tell us about Yolele. Tell us about your model for the company.
Well, Yolele is an African food brand. It's an African food company. And what we do is work with small farming communities and identify underutilized crops that grow in Africa and open markets for them. That's basically what Yolele is. The mission is to open a global market for underutilized crops that are grown in a resilient manner and with a goal of having triple impact on the environment, impact on the communities, and impact on the consumers.
That's a lot of impact there. Thanks so much for sharing that. Tell us a little bit about the specific grains that you farm and why those are so important to the food systems locally where they're grown for those farmers.
So the way we wanted to approach it was to identify crops that are underutilized, and one in particular called fonio caught our attention because it's an oldest cultivated grain in Africa. And why is it important? Because it grows in an area called the Sahel, which is south of the Sahara Desert, dry and arid. And fonio is drought resistant. It's very, not only drought resistant, but it regenerates the soil. It has deep roots that add nutrients to the soil. And in addition to being great to the environment, it's also a nutrition powerhouse. It's gluten-free, it's protein dense, it's a low glycemic index, scores low glycemic index. There's lots going on for it. So what we decided was to really figure out a way to turn this crop, a crop that's so great for the environment and for your health, should be a world-class crop. And this is what Yolele, my company, decided to do. We decided to bring it to the market. We started with Whole Foods, one supermarket in New York. Today we distributed across the US. Now we have not only that one grain fonio, but we also have fonio pilafs. Some of you have had the chance to try our fonio chips. Now we're entering the snack category. And that's this model of development that we thought was a path forward for all the underutilized crops. Create a market by branding them, by adding value, and then go back to the supply side. Once the demand is created, go back to the supply side and work with a growing network of small farmers and innovate in the transformation. The processing was the part where we really knew that how we could scale it and turn it into global market by processing it the proper way with the standards that are considered as GFSI type of standards. So that's what we did. We created a mill. We installing a mill in Mali, packaging in Senegal, and distributing in West Africa and around the world.
Thanks so much. And I want to talk a little bit more about your supply chain a bit later. But Kathleen, I want to bring you in. Tell us a little bit about Builder's Vision. And I would love to hear, if you hear about a company that's doing something like Pierre's doing, what are your next steps and how do you work with such a company?
Thank you so much. Glad to be here today. I'm Kathleen Strand, Head of Communications for Builder's Vision. And Builder's Vision is an impact platform that uses advocacy, investment, and philanthropy to drive systemic change. We focus on major sectors: oceans, food, and most recently, energy. And we use that, so we have a foundation, we have a direct investment team, and we have an asset management team, and they're all coordinating and working together to drive toward our vision and mission. And our mission is really shifting markets and minds for good. We believe market change is essential in order to really see the change we need to see in the world. And what's so unique about Builder's Vision, what I love about Builder's Vision is if you're any size company at any point during your journey, we are tool agnostic. So what that means is you bring us the solution and we'll find a way to help you wherever you're at. So if you're really early stage, there's lots of potential, but the market's not there yet. We see that potential, and our Impact First team will invest in you and help you grow. And in theory, the philanthropy is backing that up with data and research around the field and the industry and where the challenges and frictions are, quite frankly, that we need to address. And in an ideal world, you grow and scale, and you're showing that profit and purpose are not mutually exclusive. And then our VC, S2G Ventures, will step in and say, you're ready. You're ready for us. You're not only going to change the world, but you've got a really strong economic platform and engine that we're interested in. And so what I would say is it's for the company comes to us and we'll figure out the tool. It's a whole process that's part art, part science, right? You got to have data, you got to have the analysis. We have extreme due diligence and a deep commitment to impact measurement and management. So we really want to get to know a company inside and out, and including their values and their commitment to ESG. But also, it's there's a secret sauce there, and you've got something special and someone special that you want to invest in.
Thanks so much. Jess, I want to bring you in. Tell us a little bit about your company, Bonterra Organic Estates. I'm going to say right now, I believe we get to try your wine later. Is that correct? All right, so y'all better stick around for the party to be able to try some of Jess's wine. But your company is climate neutral certified, and you've really been intentional about doing a lot of the things that Kathleen was just talking about. So tell us a little bit about what climate neutral certified even is and how your company got there.
Yeah, so technically our brand, Bonterra, is climate neutral certified. Our company is B Corp certified, and all 850 acres of our vineyard is regenerative organic certified. So we're big believers in certification, and that's really how we move from green wishing to green doing, I would say. Not in 2050, but today. And so you'll hear, I want to talk specifically about our regenerative organic certification because I think it's something that's really unique and growing. A lot of companies are starting to use the word regenerative, and there's no definition to what that means from a legal perspective or from a government perspective. So we have aligned with the highest standard available, the regenerative organic certification through the Regenerative Organic Alliance. And that uses organic as a baseline and builds upon it with specific requirements for soil health, for animal welfare, and for social fairness. So the Little Peasants performance that we saw earlier, I know tugged at a lot of our heartstrings. One of the things that it touched upon was the need for workers to be able to organize and unionize collectively. the regenerative organic certification, which often is spoken about as more of a soil health certification, also ensures that we pay not just a minimum wage, but a fair living wage to all of our workers, including our seasonal farm workers, and that we allow them to unionize if they choose to, and also has very stringent requirements around hours worked and fair and ethical treatment.
Wow, that's super interesting. I didn't know that about the labor stuff. Yeah, give it up.
Yeah, I think ultimately what it comes down to is a certification verifying respect for life. And I recently pulled all of the words behind those 3 certifications that I mentioned through a word calculator, and it was 42,685 words that we hold ourselves accountable to.
And I think we've got that on a slide, if we can throw it up for the audience to see, if our tech folks can put that up. But what did you notice when you did that?
That it's a lot of words. What I noticed was I started, as I showed that to others, I started asking for a show of hands of the number of people who have ever voluntarily volunteered, whatever, who have ever volunteered to be audited by the IRS. Raise your hand. Have you ever volunteered? No? You know, to this day, I've never gotten a single person that said yes. But that's exactly what we're doing. Maybe not with the IRS, but we're asking and ensuring that we're audited around our practices as far as climate neutrality, as far as ethical business and ethical farming. So we're holding ourselves to the highest standards in the land and ensuring that we measure up today.
And Pierre, I'd love to hear from you what some of those standards look like in the countries where you're operating. Obviously, the laws in different countries, exports, supply chain stuff is different in every place, but how do you hold your company to some of those standards, you know, whether it's an official certification or, you know, just the values that your business lives by?
So what we're doing, we realized early, we had to be not only figuring out ways to support the communities, and to support the communities would mean at different levels, at government levels, to bring not only increasing research, investing in research on the crops, but investing in also training the farmers in better agricultural practices, because this is what we're having a problem, and that's where we need to scale. And to allow it to happen was for us to figure out the solution on the processing level so that the farmers do what they do best, which is growing, and training them with doing that, and training them in not only by bringing the right support, the right research on that, but also in how to manage the land. And this is where we bring the expert and the collaborations to help us get to that point.
And Kathleen, from the investor side, how do investors go about incentivizing businesses to do the things that our 2 friends here are already doing? You know, obviously a lot of people feel, you know, an obligation to do that with their life's work, with their business, but how can the money help us push a little bit further in that direction?
Yeah, great question. You know, money is a powerful thing. And I think investors making choices to invest in sustainable companies and solutions is critical. For us, you know, and what is, you know, S2G Ventures started back in 2014. It was an early stage food venture fund, the first of its kind, and it's grown to do some really amazing things. And for them, it was about purpose and profit, like making the case. And when I talk about shifting markets and minds, that you know, there's an economic model for success here, and that consumers, quite frankly, are demanding it, and they want it, and we believe that. And so we're just kind of, you know, we think all investors should be going where the consumers are, not only because we need to save the planet and improve human health, but because it's economically the right thing to do, and it's you know, from an investment, the smart thing to do. I mean, climate change and everything, you know, is a risk, and so we need to be smart and make these choices. And I think about that from the investor standpoint, and you know, we can talk a little bit about just how bigger businesses and corporations can invest and lift up these solutions too.
Yeah, thanks so much. Jess, tell us a little bit more. I feel like we don't necessarily often talk about the wine industry when we're talking about regenerative agriculture. Is that because it's really rare and it's not happening, or those stories just aren't getting through? What are some of the challenges that you face in the wine industry to really ensure that your practices are regenerative, and how you've centered that?
Yeah, I think that the wine industry lends itself to regenerative organic agriculture, and I do specifically say regenerative organic because it's its own thing with its own definition, which is very different than just the open-ended term regenerative, and we're finding it's important to bring structure to that. So I'll say that we are not the only one, luckily. We are at this time the biggest, but we hope to not be able to say that for long. And I would say that wine, especially in this country, finds itself on the front lines of the climate crisis. We are the canary in the coal mine in California.
Yeah.
We're finding issues with smoke taint, with water. When there's fires, we have smoke-tainted grapes. There are issues with water, usually too little, this year too much. And actually, we are really proud to say that with the historic flooding in California this year, we didn't lose a single vine. And that's because of the health of our soils and the biodiversity within them, and the really resilience that creates. So I would say that more than other industries, wine needs to turn to regenerative organic agriculture in order to survive. And just as humans, we find ourselves in an existential fight for our lives.
Yeah, that's really powerful, I think, because you have obviously made this intentional choice with your business, but you're still sort of at the mercy of the rest of the climate change impacts, right, there in California. When there's fires every fall, you can't build a big bubble around all of your vines to protect them from the smoke. I'd also love to know, sort of within the industry, how much people are talking about this. Is it really a consumer-driven thing and consumers are asking for it, or do you feel like within other businesses they're saying, wow, we really recognize climate change, with the water, with the smoke and all of that, and we need to be doing something to make these changes?
So my belief is that for companies that aren't doing green wishing, that are doing green acting, marketing is just education. And so I think it's not consumers asking for this. It's us educating consumers to understand what the impact they can have is. And one of the challenges, I think, with wine is we have less real estate on our label than perhaps others, like Dr. Bronner's, who very famously just covers and everything. And they were part of founding, along with Patagonia, the Regenerative Organic Certification, and with the Rodale Institute, those three institutions. So I think in the absence of federal legislation to support what we need to do, which, by the way, we lobby for, because any corporate climate commitments that don't include advocacy and lobbying are incomplete, because we need to change the system. Short of that, we have to educate consumers so that they know what to ask for, so that they know how to vote with their dollar, and so that they can lead the revolution. And what the studies show us is that consumers are hungry for this, especially younger consumers, but really all consumers. And it's what workers are hungry for in the places that they want to be employed. And really, I like to say that our job is to make the consumer the hero of our impact story, because that helps to shift their perspective, the perspective of the consumer of how they see themselves, and then that changes their buying habits.
Mm-hmm. Pierre, what about for you? What role do you see the consumer playing? Do you feel like companies are bringing a product to them that is totally new and they haven't necessarily been seeking out, or are you seeing the same demand from consumers?
Absolutely, the demand is real. When we started, like 7 years ago, introducing a crop that no one knew about here in the US, with the goal to tell the story, to educate people, tell them what the crop was about and how important it was in this food system, how it could help bring a solution. We found the consumers. I mean, within 5 years, we were distributed nationally because the consumers were there, especially, like you mentioned, the Gen Zs and the millennials who are our ambassadors and who took it and really promoted it on their own. And those people were not particularly culturally related to the crop, and that was the great thing with fonio, that because it's so versatile, you could have so many different ways to apply for it. So the demand is here, and now we just have to make it accessible. Making those products accessible, bring them to market is the way to do it. Branding, marketing, but at the same time supporting the supply side and training the farmers and processing as well.
Yeah, and what are some of the challenges you face in doing that, in training farmers and ensuring that their products are ready for the international supply chain and for export?
Well, creating that network of farmers itself was not the most challenging part. The farmers would grow the grains when they have a market. They know how to grow it. They've been growing it for their subsistence. They have the land. Fonio happened to be a grain that's easy to grow. It no need to till. It grows in poor soil, so they call it the lazy farmer's crop for that reason. So that, telling them that you will buy their production, that's all they're asking for. So that was the part that we needed to work on and work on the networking side. The challenge was really on the processing for us, because we had to have the processing standards elevated so that we could deliver to the market at the standard that is required. And that needed innovation. We needed to hire Bueller to design a mill specifically for fonio, but we also knew that we didn't want to focus strictly on fonio and turn it into monoculture, because those farmers will only grow fonio if there's a market for only fonio. So we just wanted to make sure we look into what grows in that ecosystem, what the farmers used to grow in rotation with fonio. We would open a market for those crops as well. And that's how we gradually started to bring even other underutilized crops into our products. As we introduced our pilafs, we introduced dawa dawa, we introduced moringa, etc., etc. That was the reason the reason for that was to make sure that there is other sources of income that is coming to the farmers. When there's income coming, they will organize and they will bring the products.
Yeah, big incentive, right, when you're getting
exactly.
the money from it. Is fonio the next quinoa?
Well, it has lots of the quinoa properties.
Okay.
The quinoa story was inspiring in some ways, in the sense that it's a grain that was in the Andes and then became a global crop. And we also learned a lot from quinoa that we don't want to repeat with fonio. We want to make sure the ultimate beneficiaries are the small farming communities. There are ways to do it, mentioned, like even saving the appellation of fonio for the region and the farmers that grow it, the method of growing. So fonio wouldn't be grown in Montana like quinoa is, or in Ukraine. So that was one thing. Another way to work on it was to even protect the seeds. The seeds can only travel for research purposes. Another way that we are doing concretely was by innovating and having a mill that will really process it and in a way that's more efficient, and have fonio accessible to the market by working with the small farmers and making the small farmers part of the whole supply chain, making them count. So those are methods that we are doing, but definitely inspired by the fact that a grain can be taken from an unknown place, like lost crops, how they call it in West Africa, these crops like fonio, and create a market for them that is saving biodiversity. Like I was saying, you're also saving the environment, right? And you bringing income to the farmers, and we diversifying our diet across the world. We have access to crops that are delicious and nutritious.
Kathleen, when Builder's Vision is thinking about the companies that it's going to work with, is it you going out identifying them? Is it people coming to you with value propositions? What does that mix look like for Builder's Vision?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. And we're really all about partnerships and building cohorts with fellow funders who are looking at the same type of systemic change. And the more you're out there and working, and it's just an honor to be on the stage with you guys, because that's why we exist. We exist to help and support the innovators and those on the front lines who are trying to figure this out. And so it's a combination of information flow and opportunities coming to us. And And we host conversations and dialogues, and I think we're at, we've probably got close to 150 companies that we're invested in, not including our grants. We have over 500 grantees that are kind of side by side with our innovators and entrepreneurs.
Wow. And when you're working with all of these companies, are there some common challenges that come up with businesses that are really trying to be climate friendly? They're trying to be sustainable. They want to do the right thing, but they sort of keep hitting barriers. What are some of those, and how do you sort of work with them to try and overcome them?
Yeah, I think it wouldn't be a surprise. A CEO has got to run a business, and he or she has to pay their employees. They've got to figure out their strategies. And for us, we see it ourselves as so much more than an investor, but as a family member, where we're there to kind of help them figure out how they need to scale, where they need to go. But they've got the day-to-day operation. So we're really mindful of that. We're working on surveying our entire portfolio to help understand where they're at in their ESG journey. But we're like, we have to be sensitive to the fact that they have to, they've got to run their business.
They have a bottom line.
Their bottom line. And so I think it's a give and take, and it's like, how can we help? We provide resources, like I said, expertise, dialogues, and any one of our team members is available for a phone call to help them figure this out. So we wouldn't be investing in them if they weren't about a sustainable or health solution in the first place.
Right.
But how do we help them live up to their vision and ambition by being respectful of, like, you got a business to run.
Exactly. Jess, from your perspective, you're obviously so passionate about what you do. You can tell how values-driven your business is. Are there some challenges that you find yourself sort of continually confronting when you try to center these values in the way that you run your business and say, oh, I really wish we could do X, but we just have to do Y in this case because financially or whatever else, we just cannot make it work?
Yeah. Absolutely. I think that in a system where the externalities are external, right? The cost that we don't necessarily see on the price tag, where that cost is paid by the marginalized people upstream and downstream, and the price is not included, it's really hard. It's hard to make a business case. I heard earlier, it's hard to stay in the green when you're in the red, and the bottom line is always the bottom line. Right. I would say that having somebody like me on staff is important, somebody who is not afraid to be the conscience, who's not afraid to sound the alarm, who's not afraid to stand up for what's right, even if it's not what's profitable, because we are in an existential fight for our lives, and there will be no wine industry and no industry if there's no humans. And so I think that's a really depressing answer, but the short answer is that events like this, people like you, and press really make a difference, because when I'm able to come back to the company and say, I talked to all these people and told them about how important this is and potentially converted customers, then that matters. And so I see myself as, the company's success is my success. So hopefully people care about these things and they want to support us because of what we support. And as a result, we'll grow. And as we grow in size, we grow in impact, because sales is just a fuel for doing more good.
And
I would also just say,
Kathleen,
too, in terms of challenges, we talked a little bit about this earlier, but the regulation isn't there yet. And so, or they have a lot of the difficulty with the supply chain not being able to meet them where their solution is at. So we're also always thinking about how we can advocate on behalf of our entrepreneurs with elected officials and regulators, as well as executives and corporations. Like, you have to take a look at these guys. And then the magic is when a major corporation says, yeah, we're actually going to invest, and we're going to get you even further and farther and faster. And so like helping to break down those doors into major corporations, but also to influence and shape regulation so that, they're able to bring the solution that they need.
Absolutely, I second that. This is like access to those corporations would have such a much bigger impact for companies like ours. And we figured out once we get the innovation so that we can bring the quality and the quantity that's supplied for those corporations, if someone at Kellogg's or Mars or Nestle even used 1% of these products into their actual products without even having to recreate a new product if they have products, and we know that we're bringing a product that only is of quality, but it's also a demand because we know that we showed that there's a proof of concept, there's a demand for these products, but these products will not only help you meet your sustainable development goals, but it will also improve your actual products so you can have access to a market and you can have an impact that alone your Lele wouldn't be able to have, but along with you guys, companies of that size, big food, that's where the difference is being made.
Absolutely. Well, I think that's a great note to end on. Thanks so much to Pierre, Kathleen, and Jess for joining us. Don't forget to stick around later for the reception where you'll be able to try some of Vonterra's wine. Again, I'm Teresa Welsh with DevX, and I write a newsletter called DevX Dish, and really would welcome all of you joining us. We have these conversations every week, and it was really great joining you all for this panel, so please give a round of applause. Thank you again to the panel. Round of applause again, please. Keep up the energy, people. We have a special treat today, so I'm really excited. It's really an honor for me to have Congressman Earl Blumenauer with us this afternoon. He has represented Oregon's 3rd Congressional District since 1996. He is a true public servant and a tireless advocate for resilient food and farming systems, the protection of public lands, and animal welfare. Congressman, thank you so much for being here today. Again, it's an honor. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, it's Farm Bill season again all of a sudden.
Yes.
Those 5 years went by quickly. A lot
Well, it's
happened.
always Farm Bill season,
Right.
as you know,
It is.
but
So,
especially this year.
yeah, and I think I remember you in 2018 saying that Farm Bill was a missed opportunity for lots of different things. And I'm wondering if you can sort of expand on that.
Well, I've been involved with 4 Farm Bills, and each time it seems like there's more evidence about how out of the Farm Bill is with the needs and wants of Americans who eat, who produce, our healthcare system,
Sure.
the environment. I'm excited that it seems like the public is more and more aware of the dynamic, but we're up against big food, we're up against institutionalized efforts, and not enough people focus on how seriously deficient the farm system is. I came to Austin thinking that maybe we could start the Austin Declaration of the Farm Bill of Rights.
Wow, that would be exciting. Tell me more.
Well, there's so much in the farm policy that is at variance with what Americans want and need. We pay too much to the wrong people to grow the wrong food, the wrong way, in the wrong places. Other than that, it's just fine. And it is such an anomaly. I mean, the more I have been able to get into these issues, the more concerned and frustrated and, frankly, angry. You know, I'm thinking of that scene from Broadcast where the guy was mad as hell and wasn't going to take it anymore.
Are you there? Are you there now?
I'm pretty much there in terms of the needs and opportunities, the mismatch. There's just too much dealing with corporate farming, monoculture, big food, the petrochemical base.
Sure.
And it's so counterproductive.
Do you feel hopeful that the White House has made commitments on hunger, health, and nutrition? Because you mentioned the wrong food.
Yeah.
And the wrong food has really disastrous consequences
Yes.
for public health, for farmers, for farm workers.
Yeah. Well, I am encouraged. Now, to be candid, I mean, I like Tom Vilsack, but he was not exactly my first choice for the next secretary.
Who was?
But I will tell you, I have been really pleased. I think the interim, he's really listened. He's been involved with some of the conversations we've had on Capitol Hill.
Sure.
And is really open to getting more out of this system. The White House Conference on Food is very encouraging. And at the same time, the commitment that this administration has to a low-carbon, equitable future, the extent to which that ripples through the food system, I think that's really an area of optimism.
Absolutely. And I'm wondering, throughout your career, the food and agriculture have been something that you've taken such a lead on, such an interest in. Do you feel more hopeful than you say 20 years ago?
Well, no, 20 years ago, I thought it was obvious that we should make these changes. I went to Congress in a special election, and so, it was like I got transferred into a new high school the last 2 months of the school year as a freshman, and I didn't know where the cool kids sat. But one of the things that happened, I got unsolicited contribution with the word sugar in the name of the group. And I started looking at that. What's this about? Well, when I got a sense of how the sugar subsidy system works, I rapidly joined in an effort to try and that solved the problem of those unsolicited anonymous contributions. But sugar, just as an example, is like 1% of American agriculture. They gave 17% of the political contributions.
Wow.
There's a dynamic, and there's so many people in big food, food industrial complex, or whatever you call it. They are there 24/7, every day of the year, with certified smart people cranking out information, the political contributions, the media. We've been outgunned and outpersoned.
Absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
I think there are indications of change.
Yeah.
I will tell you, I was really excited. My legislation was the restaurants bill.
Right.
That provided
Thank you.
100,000 grants totaling $26.9 billion to 100,000 independent restaurants. And it was really exciting watching that group coalesce,
right,
and people understand how important local supply chains are.
Absolutely.
And it gave me a sense of what's possible in terms of mobilizing support. And in the midst of all that chaos, we were able to carve out almost $30 billion and watch the Independent Restaurants Coalition come together. We can do that in other areas dealing with food.
And that happened very quickly, and it had such a tremendous impact, like you said, on farmers, tremendous impact on farm workers. The whole sort of supply chain was impacted.
$1 trillion supply chain, people recognized how brittle it was.
Absolutely.
And that also, I think, served as a wake-up call to how vulnerable we were for the stresses of the pandemic. I mean, the supply chain is so screwed up. Pork production. If the pigs are not slaughtered right on time, they get too big to be able to process. We ended up destroying tens of thousands of pigs the same way we dumped milk on the ground.
So much food waste.
The supply chain is so brittle, and this is an indication that the way that we've set it up to provide the cheapest food is not the lowest cost.
Right.
And it has severe consequences to people up and down that food chain.
Can you talk more about those externalities? Because I think many eaters, all of us, don't really understand the true price of our food system right now.
Well, I mean, just sort of scrolling back, part of the problem in terms of so much industrial meat production, we are being slowly medicated by all of the antibiotics that are fed to the animals who are raised under these confined feedlot operations, what happens with hogs and chickens. So they have to medicate them, otherwise they wouldn't survive. But we are being exposed to those antibiotics, and we increasingly are at risk. What happens in terms of water pollution?
Sure.
You know, we've got 89 million acres of industrial corn production. Now, this is corn that you cannot eat unless it is processed. And the runoff from these vast monoculture farms is so high in nitrogen and other, it's created a dead zone at the mouth of the Mississippi River, variously the size of Delaware or Connecticut,
or
depending
New Jersey.
on New Jersey was the latest one, I think.
Sure.
And it has so many negative consequences for the seafood industry.
For sure.
I mean, you just go through the line in terms of what we are doing with this industrialized approach. And it further removes people from the process of where their food comes from. If I had my way, I would mandate a school garden in every school across the country. To teach kids how to grow food, how to prepare food, how to appreciate it. I've had some experience with school gardens in my community, and these are things basically that the parents will into existence. There are bake sales and spaghetti dinners, but it makes such a difference for those kids.
Absolutely. They learn about so much, mathematics, geography. They can learn a lot of things through the
Asparagus, broccoli.
Right.
And it's interesting. This was at an elementary school, and I heard from the people at the middle school that these kids go into, that they could tell the kids that came from the school with the school gardens and the education.
Wow.
They literally looked healthier.
Wow, that's amazing.
And that's the other thing we should be doing. We know that healthy food is more expensive than stuff that's mass-produced. We ought to allow the healthcare system, which, I mean, we pay twice as much for our healthcare as other rich countries, and we get mediocre results for it.
Right.
Why don't we enable the healthcare providers to write a prescription for and pay for healthy food? There are experiments going on now with healthcare providers, insurance companies and hospitals, and it pays them to do that. And this is part of how we have a sustained supply chain for healthy, fresh, nutritious food. One of the things we have to change with this Bill of Rights for our Agricultural Declaration of Independence, or whatever we call it, I think that ought to be a program in next year's conference. We have an opportunity to be able to road test concepts like this and be able to have people understand what the benefits and advantages are, and to be able to send the right pricing signals to farmers. I mean, there are billions of dollars of subsidy that go to 8 states for 6 commodities, but people, they call it specialty foods, fruits and vegetables, nuts and berries. Give me a break. It's food.
It's real food.
Real food. and they get nothing. They are shortchanged with the disaster relief.
Right.
Because areas like mine that has a very diverse agricultural base, it's not set up to be able to meet the needs of many producers with many crops. It's for those big commodities. And it's another area where we disadvantage people who are growing food.
For sure. One of the things that I appreciate about you, Congressman, is that you made a concerted effort to go talk to farmers and farm workers and people involved in the entire food supply chain. And you did that before the last Farm Bill. You continue to do it. Why is that so important to you?
Well, it was very interesting for me to go out to farmers and ranchers, wine growers, nursery people in Oregon. I went around for 2 months and asked every one of them, what would a farm bill look like if it was just for Oregon? I was at the School of Agriculture at Oregon State University, and I asked them that question. And evidently nobody had really put it in those terms. It would look much different. So we designed a farm bill that would work for Oregon. Ironically, it would work for any state that had a diverse agricultural base and people trying to protect that supply chain.
Sure.
And it's important that we understand what the possibilities are, the problems, because the majority of people, when you talk to them, they don't agree with the elements that we have with the Farm Bill and its protection for a few states and a few commodities. They actually believe in a more diverse food supply chain and humane treatment of animals. I mean, 11 billion animals that we're going to slaughter. I mean, part of what we ought to have is a conversation for people who want less meat or no meat, humane meat, rather than, again, the industrial scale production, heavily subsidized, but cheats the people who want to do it right.
Right, and causes all those environmental and health concerns that you talked about earlier. I've heard people like you call for a farm bill that is, called something different, like the Food and Farm Bill. And why hasn't that sort of taken off? Why are we sort of separating food and agriculture?
Well, I think we're doing a better job of the outreach. More and more people that I talk to understand that this is all about food and farm. It's the system. It's how you meet the needs of the public, farmers, and other values like the environment and animal welfare. So I think that movement is gathering steam. But again, I think this might be a major theme of next year's conference.
Thank you. I appreciate all this input.
To take all these energetic people who are circulating through and keeping Austin weird, let's put them to work developing food policy that will make a difference.
Yeah, those policies really need to happen. Another thing that I think you've done is really sort of combine your work on food and farming and agriculture with the environmental movement. And I think the climate crisis has really sort of illustrated how these things are very interlinked. How can we help your colleagues on Capitol Hill understand this more?
Well, I think nature is making our point in terms of droughts, wildfires. The climate crisis is real in the West. I mean, we've had horrific wildfires, floods, droughts that are directly complicated, if not caused, because of the climate crisis. And I think slowly but surely this is coming into the forefront. Looking what's happened at the Colorado River.
Right.
Lowest level that we have seen since the construction of those massive dams. We have overcommitted nature and can't deliver. We're farming in the desert in the Klamath Basin. Luckily, it looks like we're going to be able to remove 4 dams in the Klamath River. But these are areas that the bill is coming due. People understand it. And the range of disasters that we have are more frequent and more severe. And I think we're gaining momentum in that regard.
And do your colleagues feel the urgency that people like me feel, that we need to do things now and we need to do them quickly?
More and more. I am pleased that these things we're talking about, if we were having this conversation with some of them 15 years ago, they'd look at us funny.
Sure.
Now people are nodding their heads. They're a part of those conversations. There are a number of people that are promoting nutrition, that care about a more environmentally sustainable system of agriculture and animal welfare. I think these are really taking root.
Absolutely, very interlinked. In the minute and a half that we have left, I understand that you're preparing to introduce something kind of exciting in addition to this declaration that you've been proposing.
Well, we've been dealing with the problem of deforestation. And as you know, one of the real challenges in terms of climate is the loss of forest lands, particularly in Latin America. And they're clearing these forests in order to grow commodity crops, cocoa, soy. What we're proposing is that we would deny access to the American market for any commodities that were grown on illegally harvested land. I am pleased that some of my friend Senator Schatz is co-sponsoring it. We're seeing interest with Europeans. Some of the big companies like Mars and Nestle understand and are cooperating to refine this legislation. So I think we can talk to them in a language they understand,
Sure.
the marketplace, and that could have a profound effect.
Amazing. Thank you, Congressman Blumenauer. This has been so amazing to have you here. Thank you for your service to our country.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. I'm going to stand up. Thank you, sir. Round of applause, please.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. What
That
a
was
pleasure.
great.
What a pleasure.
It was fun.
Thank you. You get this one. Oh, that was one of the best moments of my life. I want to thank the congressman again. That actually concludes the live stream portion of today's event. I want to thank all of those who were able to join us online. And who were able to share what they're doing at #FoodTank. For folks who are interested in watching the replay of this morning's events, you can go to foodtank.com and that'll be available there and on our YouTube page in the coming days. I also want to thank the entire Mode production team who are in the back and back behind stage, really making it possible, please, to stream the summit along with our wonderful co-hosts, Huston-Tillotson University and Driscoll. So thanks to all of them. And now we get to do something that I think is also very special. We can continue our program with a very special screening of the forthcoming film, Wild Hope, Coffee for Water,